Welcome to the April 14th, 2022 meeting of the Town of Southampton Planning Board. Due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, in accordance with Chapter 1 of the laws of 2022, until at least June, all of the board's meetings will be held remotely via video conference. So we ask the public to continually check the town's website for updates and new information. Please join in for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Can we have a roll call, please, Gloria?
Chair LaFaro.
Present.
Vice Chair Finity.
Then he'll be here, so keep going.
The secretary is here. Board Member Long.
Present.
Board Member Catalinato.
Present.
Board Member Mutu.
Present.
Dennis is here, by the way.
Board Member Neely.
Present.
We have a full board.
Okay, thank you. We have a full agenda posted on the town's website for today's meeting. The town's planning staff, as well as applicants and their representatives, will be participating via Zoom webinar, which is being moderated by CTV. Charles Certain will be muting and holding speakers in the virtual waiting room until it's their time to give testimony before the board. A reminder that applicants and their agents should state their name and address for the record. As is typical, there are no public comments allowed during our daytime meetings, nor is it appropriate for the public to use the chat function to comment on applications. The link to participate in this meeting via Zoom can be found on the town's website. This meeting is also being live streamed on the town's website on the town clerk's meeting portal. If you're having difficulty accessing the meeting, please visit the town clerk's meeting portal and click on the instructions link. Board members who must recuse themselves from any application will state so on the record and will be removed from the meeting until the end of the discussion and vote on the application. Finally, in accordance with the legislation, this meeting will be recorded and transcribed at a later date and will be made available to the public. So, do we have any minutes, Gloria?
We do not.
We do not. So we've had our training. We're going to take Anthony's applications first because he has a time restriction. So
thank you very much, Jackie.
You're welcome. So
okay, I'll start off then with looks like it's 325 Rose Hill Road. Jackie Fenlon has my aerials and such to put up, but I'll just explain. You might recall this is 325 Rose Hill Road. It's in Watermill. It sits on Hayground Cove. It's just south of Cove Road. It sits in the R60 zoning district. Back in November, the board might recall, you adopted a pre-application report for a two-lot subdivision of this property. As part of that report, the board noted that there had been a covenant and restrictions from a prior subdivision that restricted the further subdivision of the subject property or the properties within that subdivision. The planning board noted that we had received a covenant amendment request from the applicant to amend the covenant to coincide with the two-lot subdivision. We held a pre-application hearing and then a subsequent hearing on the covenant amendment. The planning board did note objections from neighbors to the covenant amendment that would allow for the further subdivision of the lot. And those were considered by the board and were noted in the pre-application report that was subsequently adopted by the board. Within that pre-application report, the planning board didn't note any particular planning reasons why the covenant wouldn't be lifted in this case. The board might recall this property is improved with the Sisters of Mercy convent or retreat house, 40 bedrooms and an oversized septic system. And the applicant is proposing to eliminate that use, which was part of the reasoning behind the restrictive covenant that was imposed when the initial subdivision was done. So the planning board, considered all this, and then in light of the fact that that use is being removed, The planning board didn't identify any other planning issues that would otherwise prohibit this property from being subdivided. So, Jack, if you have the resolution that you could put up.
Yes, I have it.
Okay, good. Thanks, Jackie. So if you look at the resolution on the second page,
We're not there yet,
which,
Anthony.
There you go.
yes, yeah.
There, okay.
Okay, got it. Sorry. Technology would really trying it today. So the reasonings or the findings that I put in the resolution that would support the covenant amendment, number one was that the planning board's imposition of the subdivision restriction was responsive to the Suffolk County Health Department's concerns about the future subdivision of Lot 1, giving the sewage flow of the proposed retreat house on Lot 2. And then two, the prohibition against further subdivision was due to the then existing and contemplated reduced use of the subdivision premises from a 67-bedroom retreat house to a 40-occupant retreat house with an oversized septic system located in the residential zoning district. As part of this application, the applicant is proposing to remove the existing 40-occupant retreat house and then to redevelop the properties with two single-family dwellings, accessory structures, and the innovative alternative wastewater treatment systems. Four, the removal of the retreat house use, together with the resulting decreased septic system capacity, dictates that there is no longer a reason to continue to burden the subject property with a no further subdivision restriction, particularly where, as in this case, it otherwise complies with relevant zoning and subdivision standards. And five, the subdivision ultimately will result in two lots comprising of 70,411 square feet and 115,513 square feet in the R60 zoning district, and conforming to the underlying zoning requirements. So with those findings, there was a resolve to approve the covenant amendment, and then subject to five conditions. One would be the submission of an amended covenant reflecting the change. Two, submission of a title certification. Three, submission of a mortgage consent if applicable. Four, approval of the legal documents from the town attorney's office. And then five, subsequent filing of the document and submitting a recorded copy to the planning department.
Anthony, I just have a question here. So our
Sure.
action is approval of a covenant amendment.
That's correct.
But we don't state in the report, even at the beginning, what that covenant amendment was. It was no further subdivision, I believe.
Oh, my apologies, Jackie. The first page of the resolution, the whereases, actually break it down by dates and everything. When the map was approved, what the subdivision restrictive covenant stated. So it's actually listed in the
Okay.
first part of the. It is there. My apologies. I didn't go through it like that. Sorry.
Okay. So is anyone here representing the application?
Brian Locasio was here. I don't know if he had anything to add.
Brian, are you there? Charles, do you see Brian?
He's coming.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question while we're waiting for Brian to get on?
Sure.
Does it have to also state that there would be no further subdividing of this property without planning board approval? Is that necessary to put in the verbiage?
Nowadays, I personally don't believe so, just because you can't subdivide any land without planning board approval. If Christine has a different opinion, I'm not an attorney, so if she has a different opinion, we could include it.
I don't think it's necessary, but certainly if you want it there, it doesn't hurt either. It's completely a matter of preference.
It's just that it does give knowledge and notice to
Sure.
anyone buying the property that we're not doing this again without it coming back. It's just for notice purposes.
Okay, so we could have Brian reflect that in the amended declaration with that language.
I'm
Okay.
on, by the way. Good afternoon, board members.
Yes, Brian, please state your name and
Brian
affiliation.
Locascio with the Adam Miller Group, 2462 Main Street, Bridgehampton, New York, the attorney for the applicant. I had received and reviewed the proposed resolution. I just had one comment on condition 5. It speaks about the filing of an amended common driveway easement. There currently is no common driveway easement.
No, that's just a unbelievably bad typo.
Okay.
Good catch, Brian.
Otherwise, we're in complete agreement with the resolution. I don't think there's any issue with the language you were just referring to as a no further subdivision without your board's approval.
Can I make a suggestion? Then we change what is now number 5 to that so that it's in there, because we're saying it, but you lose it in the shuffle sometimes. So 2 months from now, when I'm looking at the document, I want to just know that that's what we're supposed to.
Unless
look for.
point 5 was meant to speak to the filing of the amended declaration upon your office's approval. And that's
Right,
what
but just so I
has been
remember it.
typo, so we may need to add a
So make it
this is
6.
new condition.
I could do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Otherwise, thank you, and I have nothing further to add.
Okay, any other comments from the board? We need a supermajority vote on this.
I'll move
So
it.
all in favor, moved by Dennis, second by Gloria, and all in favor.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, full board in favor.
Thank you, again.
7
Have a
in
great day.
favor. Thank you, Brian.
Okay. Thanks,
Anthony,
everybody. Yes, I have Canal Southampton battery storage, and I wasn't at the work session. My apologies, but so maybe you'll have more comments. But so it's Canal Southampton battery storage. I think Jackie has all my stuff for me. This is an application for a battery storage facility greater than 600 kilowatt hours, which makes it a special exception. This is an R60 zoning district. It's located on North Road. This is the road where the access to Sunrise Highway connects with North Road over there. It's right near the LIPA substation. The applicant is proposing a battery storage facility with 24 battery modules with 30 battery enclosures. The property is 4.9 acres. And as you can probably see from the site plan, all the accompanying equipment as part of the project are included. This includes connecting to the LIPA substation, which is located to the, where am I here, to the east of the subject property. It would be an underground line that runs approximately 1,100 feet. And so that's basically what they're proposing. This is a pre-submission. It's not a formal application yet. So we had a pre-submission conference. The board had a lot of questions of the applicant. And so I put together a pre-submission conference report with comments. So if Jackie could put up the report, page 2.
It's there, Anthony.
All right, thank you. So in terms of the comments, number 1, it just notes that it's subject to the general and special exception standards of the relevant town code sections. 2, the project is classified as an unlisted action. Uncoordinated review, as I don't really see many other, in this particular case, other agencies for which approval will be required, but this board will do the SEQR review. The applicant is advised that some issues that they will need to be considered by the planning board include, but not limited to, visual, noise, and safety impacts. 3, the applicant shall provide the battery storage system capacity calculations in kilowatt hours. 4, the project includes an approximately 1,100 long underground connection to the LIPA substation. I believe they are, but all other utility lines within the battery storage facility itself, all electrical circuitry should also be installed underground and noted on the plan accordingly. It's number 5, the elevations indicate that the HV substation will be 20 feet high. This is the maximum height permitted for any structural component of a battery storage facility. While it will be hidden from public view, it's not near any of the roadways. It could be mitigated with additional landscaping behind the fence that's going to enclose the units. But I did note that this particular structural component and all of its individual components are fully exposed, so it just raises additional concerns about noise as well as safety. So that'll have to be addressed with the formal application. 6, the site plan shows 2 water retention basins on each side of the entrance driveway, which are pretty large. It would be highly visible from the road, although obviously landscaping will be required as part of this application. The applicant should clarify the need for these water retention areas and provide any specifications for their design. I'm not aware of any runoff issues over here, but there very may well be. 7 talks about the site inspection. Jackie Fenlon actually went out to the site, and much of the vegetation has succumbed to the pine beetle infestation. So I talked to Marty about it, and he said generally when you're looking to preserve vegetation, it's better to leave the dead vegetation. It's a good wildlife habitat and encourages regrowth, robust regrowth. And so, the applicant should consult with Marty at the time of formal application so we can get an understanding of what the best course of action is. Regardless, we really can't have dead vegetation acting as buffers. So if there's anything that's dead, it's going to have to be augmented with additional landscaping. And just one other note that I would like just to point out here, notwithstanding the recommendations, we generally try to preserve natural vegetation even when we don't have clearing restrictions as much as possible. But just noting on this, with the pine beetle infestation and given the battery storage unit use and all the electrical components to it, I don't know that having dead vegetation, dry vegetation near a battery storage unit is a wise course of action. So I want to examine that a little bit with Marty's office at the time of the application comes in and when we see a landscaping plan. 8 talks about the 7-foot-high fence. The special exception standards set it at 6 feet, so that's got to be addressed. In addition, in a residential district, a fence that's within a front yard cannot be higher than 6 feet, and in this case, it is being shown to be located within the front yard, so that's going to need to be addressed as well. And then 9, I noted that it's not located within an avoidance area. I just wanted to note that for the record in there. And then 10, for the rest of the report, is literally verbiage directly from the special exception standards, specifically talking probably about a lot of the issues that the board has. So just with some of these standards, the electrical diagram information is going to need to be submitted. Equipment specification sheet is going to need to be submitted. A commissioning plan will also be required, and the special exception standards right there outline what needs to be submitted. It's the next page, Jackie. Fire safety compliance plan, obviously. Operations and maintenance manual is required. And the lighting plan and details showing compliance with the town's lighting standards. Noise, the applicant will have to submit the relevant information regarding noise ratings to demonstrate compliance with the noise standards in the town code. Emergency operations plan needs to be submitted. A decommissioning plan needs to be submitted. A decommissioning fund also, and again, we've had discussions about this. That money will go to the town board, given that we don't know exactly when something's going to be decommissioned. The bond probably doesn't seem like the most suitable way to do it. So we'll have to deal with that at the time. And 11, in addition to the special exception standards, I noted some additional comments. One, are there any plans for expansion beyond what the proposed capacity of the system is now? Are there any other components like antennas that are in excess of 20 feet? Is there any solar being contemplated for this site in the future? And the requirement for the around the limits of clearing a project limiting fence prior to any construction.
So Anthony, what we did talk about in the training on battery storage is that this is an unlisted action, so we have an opportunity in secret to get a lot of this information.
100%, 100%. And so that's right. That's the exact place where you want to address issues. Whether it's the safety issues, noise issues, lighting issues, visual issues, all of it that goes with it. That's the perfect place to do it.
All of it, right.
I have a question, Anthony. It's Gloria. Sure. What is 20 feet high? Because I thought you said everything was going to be underground.
Well, the code says no structural component of the facility could be 20 feet high. In this case, there may be elements, utility lines and everything is supposed to be underground. But in this case, this is let me just go back to my It's a elevation, the substation, the HV substation will be 20 feet high. So this is the HV substation, which I believe is what's going to connect to the LIPA through the underground utility line. So that structure is 20 feet high.
Okay, thank you.
You got it.
Anthony, do you have the exact amount of land that needs to be cleared and the overall size of the parcel? Is that? I missed that.
I don't have that number. Maybe the applicant does. It's probably on a plan.
But let's put it in language, just
Sure.
as a description of the parcel. In other words, it's 6 acres or whatever, and the project needs to clear 4 acres. I mean, we should have those details.
Sure, absolutely. I will put that in there for sure.
Okay.
I know the applicant's here. They
Who's
received a
that?
copy of this prior to the meeting.
Who is the applicant? Sorry.
Who would be here now? We got to try to remember. I've been dealing with too many of these. I don't know if it's going to be Keith Archer or Andrew Filipazzi.
Actually, both of us
George is
are here.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
We're both here. Hi, everybody.
Hi,
to
if
see
you
you
just
again.
state your name, please, and your
Surely.
affiliation for the record.
Keith Archer, Harris Blumen Archer, 445 Broad Hollow Road, Melville, New York. And Andrew Filipazzi, who's with our firm, is also sitting here with me. Same address. And I think Gus Aditi from Rhineland is probably here also, zooming in.
Okay, do you have any comments on the this report, the pre-submission report?
No, I think Anthony did an excellent job. It was very comprehensive. The applicant knows what it has to respond to in terms of its official submission, and I think that's the point that we wanted to get to with, of course, this guidance, was to get to the point where we can make the official application, formal application, if you will, for the special exception as well as for site plan approval, and be guided by these comments and these questions. And by the way, if you wanted responses to those questions that Anthony had presented at the end, the answer is no to those 3 questions. Is there a plan to expand beyond what's currently proposed? And there isn't. And there aren't any, to my knowledge, anything in excess of 20 feet in height. And is solar being contemplated for the site? I believe the answer is no. So with all that said, we've heard your comments. We read the comments, and if it pleases the board, we'd like to now submit the formal application, being cognizant of the comments that are in this very comprehensive report.
Great, thank you. Anthony, by the way, did you make mention, wherever Anthony is?
I'm here.
That it's in a New York State archaeologically sensitive area. I don't know if you
I
mentioned.
did note that. It's in there.
Okay, good.
It is.
Any
That'll
other
have to be addressed.
questions? Any other questions by the board? So we can adopt this pre-submission conference report? It
Motion.
is comprehensive. Motion by Gloria and second by Craig. All in favor? Opposed, abstentions, 7 in favor. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks, and thank you, Anthony. Okay, Anthony,
welcome.
you are.
I got number 15. And Jackie could show
Aaron
the,
Sachs, okay. Site
yep,
plan.
Aaron Sachs. If there's an aerial and a subdivision map. This is a property on Lewis Road in East Quogue. It's R20 zoning district. This was before the board previously. We deemed the application incomplete. Interestingly, the subdivision map that was filed it just says no further subdivision. It notes that there's covenants and restrictions on the property, and the note on the subdivision map says no further subdivision. And then further research was done, and the lot behind this property, which was part of the previous subdivision, was subdivided not too many years ago. So doing more research, we noticed that the covenant that was actually filed with the previous subdivision says no further subdivision without planning board approval. So there wasn't a restriction that said no further subdivision. It was the covenant said no further subdivision without planning board approval.
And that's a covenant on this parcel?
That's a covenant on this parcel. The parcel that's behind this parcel, which was subject to the same covenant, received subdivision approval because, again, it doesn't say that they can't be subdivided. It says it can't be subdivided without planning board approval. So with that, we got the information, so I put it back on the agenda so we can deem this application complete and schedule the pre-application hearing for May 12th. I would like to note for the board, I am cognizant of the flag strip situation on the adjacent property. There's the one for the subdivision behind it. This one would make another one next to it. So I'm going to look at that as part of the review and put it in the pre-app report. But I would recommend having the hearing on May 12th.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? So can we deem this complete and
Yep, sorry, that's right.
schedule a public hearing for May 12th?
Motion.
Motion by Craig. Can you take this off, Jackie? Take it off the screen so I can see the board. Thanks. Motion, who was that? Motion by Craig, was it?
Yep.
And second by George. Great, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, 7 in favor. Number 16, Anthony Hampton 6 Realty Corp.
Hampton 6 Realty. So the planning board might recall this is 39 West Montauk Highway, Village Business Zoning District in Hampton Bays. Most people will know from the market that's there and the former Liggett's Pharmacy. A couple of years ago, this board reviewed a special exception application to expand the market at that time to 5,000 square feet. In the Village Business Zoning District, any use over 5,000 or up, 5,000 square feet requires a special exception from this board. The Liggett's Pharmacy use is no longer there, and the market has submitted this pre-submission conference request to expand into that space, which would bring the square footage up to 7,500. I should note to the board that the site plan submitted has different numbers than what the application says. That doesn't concern me so much, only because it's a pre-submission, and if there's any discrepancies, they'll be identified in the report. But the board, the applicant is aware of the parking situation on this property. I am aware of the parking situation on this property. I'm aware of the town's long-range planning goals for that area. So all this is going to come out of the conference. So I'm sure the board's got some concerns about expanding the market there, given the current parking situation. But be that as it may, it's a special exception application. They came in with the pre-submission just to expand the interior. No changes to the elevation at this time. So I was recommending having the pre-submission conference also on May 12th.
Any questions?
Motion.
Okay, motion to schedule that it's complete and May 12th hearing by Dennis. Was that Dennis? Second?
Yep.
Second by Gloria, and all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, 7 in favor. Okay, Anthony, we're moving to number 18.
18, Gold Coast Development. This is a two-lot subdivision in the R40 zoning district on Jagger Lane in West Hampton. We did a pre-application report on it, and it's actually expired in September. I'm just recommending that we renew it, which would bring it valid till September 10th of 2022. Also noting that the applicant has submitted the final application with this. So it's going to come back to the planning board within the next couple of weeks. But let's do the right thing and make the pre-app report valid, and which would make it valid till September 10th of 2022.
Do I need 2 actions on this, Anthony?
Nope, it's just to extend. It's just an extension of the adopted pre-app report until
Okay.
September 10th. Yep.
So do I have a motion for that?
Motion.
Motion by Gloria and second by
Second.
Dennis, all in favor.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, 7 in favor. And then you
And
have.
then I just 19, and this is the Hampton-based Fire District Good Ground Commons issue we've been dealing with. The applicant is still working with the attorney for the Hampton-based Fire District. And actually, my note here on the agenda is incorrect. They've asked for an extension for the action deadline to adopt the pre-app report until May 12th of 2022.
Okay, motion to extend this to May 12th by George, second by Gloria, all in favor.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, 7 in favor.
I think that's all I have.
That's it.
Thanks, everybody, for letting me go first. Co-workers and board members and everybody, enjoy your weekend.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you, Anthony. You too.
Thanks, Anthony.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
So Claire, do you want to go next? Claire,
Yes.
you're number 4, the Southampton Farm Supply.
Okay. Yeah, Charles, if you could let Southampton Farm Supply in. That's their label on the attendee. And then I hope my share screen works. So let's try that. Does everybody see that?
Yes.
Great. So this is the site of the old potato barn on County Road 39 at the corner of McGee Streets. You had a pre-submission conference about a month ago, and I don't think there was any public interest. With this application, they are interested in going forward as the site plan goes forward in restoring the building because it's in a bad condition and they don't want it to deteriorate any further. So to that end, you had discussed that at the time of scheduling the hearing for this, the conference for this, you had indicated that you'd like to be referred to the ARB and the Landmarks Board. And they both came back with positive feedback. They had no issues with them going forward with this restoration. So part of my recommendation here is if the board wants to go forward and the applicant wants to go forward with that, we'll do that at the next meeting. We'll do a resolution that allows them to the building to be the construction to start with that. So but in the meantime, the application is to take the property and to operate a garden center out of the property. So I do have a copy of the plan, if that's okay. It's in this direction. This is kind of at 39 on McGee Street. And then this is their proposal with some storage here. The barn would be used for offices. I guess in the barn itself right now is an apartment on the second floor. So they would
be actually living in there?
I don't think anybody is living there now at this point.
Maybe animals, not people.
Yeah, we can have the applicant speak to that, but I believe the CO says they're allowed to have the apartments, which typically is not permitted in HB. But
Claire, in the aerial, it looked like there's another building to the south.
Yeah, if you want to just go back. There is not another building, but they have a series of this aerial.
Up a little bit higher. What is that right there? Thank you.
Extension of the building.
Okay.
That's part of the building. That's part of the building.
Yep.
It's like a loading dock.
Okay.
Exactly. Exactly. Maybe we could see that in the elevations. You want me to go to the elevations?
No, that's fine. I didn't recall a separate building, but.
Yeah, it's like a bump out. You can see it here. I'm sorry, it's backwards, but I don't want to switch the.
So do you have the report, Claire, that we can?
I do. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I didn't attach it. But here it is. If you want to just go through it quickly, it's going to be for offices and warehouse and second floor for a retail nursery use. And Jackie correctly identified, we want to make sure it's not for a landscaping use because that would be an additional use. If they wanted that, they should tell us now. So it's just going to be the retail nursery use on the property with the accessory office and warehouse and the second floor apartment. So those are the uses described. There's a pre-submission conference on March 10th. There was no comments, nor during the 30-day written comment period. So just to commence the review, you'd have to full site plan with details, floor plans, elevations. I'm going to also add landscape plan, which is another issue actually I didn't touch upon in here. But there's some really significant trees on the property that I think you'd want to retain, especially along County Road 39. And you probably would want to closely look at and the landscaping that's going on in the property. So you can look at that. It's an unlisted action, so secret determination. Here's the uses. So I'm going to mention that this is going to be limited to the retail nursery use. So no, it's not going to be a yard for, material for contractors to go back and forth or anything like this. Is retail that's being proposed. But there, if there's any outdoor storage and parking and display associated with retail, nursery, we'd want to have that reflected. It's a New York State archaeologically sensitive area. Typically a site plan, you'd want a phase 1B. Do you want one in this case, the board?
Sure, there's nothing there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So we'll have that prior to secret determination. So this is related to the reuse and rehabilitation of the existing barn, which the board's supportive. This is my mention of the ARB and landmarks being supportive of that too. So they'll have formal reviews when they get the building permit for the work on the building itself. So this
I'm
is,
sorry, Claire, is there any proposal to use second floor apartment?
there is, I think I have floor plans, just.
So they intend to continue that use?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't open up the floor plans, but I can.
That's all right, just an answer is fine.
Yeah, no, their intention is to have offices and the apartment up above, but we can have the applicant speak to that. Do you want them to speak to it now?
No, just if you can make a note.
Okay, no, it's good. That's good. Now I think the board is supportive of doing a resolution next meeting to outline the rehabilitation of the building.
No, are you talking about an expedited review or something else?
Yep, you would do expedited for the building itself to be restored and.
I think that we had already discussed that, that it's not in kind. They are changing.
No, they're doing it in kinds. They changed it. Let me get back.
The plan doesn't show that, right?
Yeah, the elevations do show that. I'm going to go back to the screen, but yes, the original thing you saw, it wasn't in kind. It was going to be a metal standing seam roof, but they have.
Were there not more dormers?
And they're adding a couple dormers, but again, the landmarks find that very in keeping with the building itself. So it's not exactly in kind, but the footprint's not changing. It's just adding the additional dormers and I think reducing the number of cupolas on the top. That really is the scope of any change to the building. The applicant representative is here, Steve Masineski, if you'd like to speak.
Claire, can I just ask you, from a precedent standpoint, if we do the expedited building, the applicant now has invested money into getting it to that shape. What does that preclude? Does that preclude us to say that you can't do this or that when we talk about things like parking, where the driveway is, traffic?
Great question. I think it doesn't, I think you could say it, you're not vested in the use or the property in the building. That's what they would probably prepare a letter to that effect. I've seen that before in other applications.
Claire, if the purpose of the expedited is to protect the building from deteriorating further, perhaps we can follow the precedent we did at Canoe Place Inn, where we allowed them to take certain steps to preserve and stop deterioration without infringing upon our rights or our review or any other secret determinations. Can't we separate the two?
Yeah, we can use that same language in your resolution to do that. It's saying that has no, this doesn't preclude your, as you say, the review for the secret, the use, any parking, Because
if I remember correctly, we had a similar situation there at Canoe Place Inn where it was an older building. It was deteriorating more while waiting to get through this process. And I agree with the applicant. I'd hate to see anything happen to this building, which would make restoration impossible. The problem I have with expedited review is we sometimes lose control. So can we change it from expedited to giving them approval to preserve or to take action to preserve, and without using the terminology expedited review?
We've done this on a number of applications, and I think the term expedited review is a little bit confusing because that term is more a standalone action.
Yes.
This is really an expedited review. It's allowing, which we do in instances like this on a case-by-case basis, to allow certain improvements to take place, provided they submit a no vested rights letter, which I think, Claire, is probably a boilerplate letter at this point. We've had so many of them. It's
Yeah.
probably template, right?
Thank you, Dennis.
For
Yeah.
my time.
But also on these prior situations, and we haven't had a lot of them, we do require a list of exactly what they plan on doing.
Yeah.
What the time frame is going to be, so that we know, and it becomes a checkoff list.
Well, it's also important for the building department because they have to know exactly what they're permitting.
Right, exactly.
When the inspector goes out there.
Mhm.
And in a couple of instances, people, if they expand beyond the scope of what they were entitled to, the building department shuts them down. So,
I mean, the issue as I see here is that doing roof work, dormer, is that the stability of the building. I mean, you know.
yeah, the
God
roof
forbid
is the main thing.
should collapse, you know, and then.
Yeah.
And then it's major. Steve, you're representing the application. You've looked into that, I would imagine, from an engineering standpoint, and.
Yes, you can hear me?
Yeah, we can.
We have had an engineer go in.
Please just identify yourself.
I'm sorry,
Steve.
Stephen Mezaneski, and I'm the owner and representative for number 512 County Road 39, Southampton Farm Supply. We did have engineers go in there a few weeks ago, and we have discovered we do need to do some reconstruction of the foundations and the supportive beams and stuff that the water has gotten in there and is starting to seriously decay the structure. You know, and our main thing here is to try and preserve this old building so that it doesn't, as you said, collapse. You know,
Can you share those engineering reports with us so that
it was all verbal? We went in and it's very clear. You can see some of the concrete walls are cracking, and the weight of the dirt against them is pushing it in. So they, the previous farmers that had owned it actually had taken some old steel beams to re-support it, but at this time those are starting to rust and decay due to the water damage.
But what we're going to need.
I mean, the big thing here is.
Dennis, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I thought you were finished.
The big thing here is to keep the water from coming. So.
Yeah. What we're going to need is just the schedule of what you need to do right now to stabilize the building, and that's what we're going to act on by resolution, and then that gets forwarded to the building department. It allows you to move forward without, while the site plan still gets underway.
Yes.
Good.
Thank you.
Quick question, because I haven't been this before. How long are we talking here, the process for the complete approval of the whole site?
At this point, if we adopt the report today, you could file for the our second step next meeting too. And then we could start that about 4 months for the site plan aspect of it. Yeah.
Yes, and some of the other concerns that I had heard were trying to save some of the existing vegetation and trees, and that is in the Young site plan. If you see, all the trees along 39 and all along the trees along McGee Street. We're trying to save all of those trees and then add vegetation to it to further block the site from the view of the road.
Good.
And then we had discussed in the last meeting that we want to move the entrance further down so it does not interfere, minimal interference with the traffic light and with the proposed driveway for the proposed swimming pool next door.
Okay.
And
one quick question I did. I'm sorry.
Will you be removing
one
the
quick
soil?
question I did have in regard to the SECRA that we submitted Suffolk County Health Department for upgraded septic system to meet the new required septic systems, and they are requiring at this time a neg deck SECRA from you guys to further process their application. So that's something that I'm.
Yeah, we can talk about that, Steve, and that's forthcoming very soon. After you submit your application, we'll get that.
Okay. All right. I just wasn't sure. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Jackie had a question, I think.
I had a question. Are you removing all of that soil that's banked up against the building?
We are, and actually we are going to be bringing in granite fascia stone not just, but actual real granite stone from Maine that we're going to fascia those walls with. So there'll be a very beautiful appearance from County Road 39 with
Is
the
this,
cedar shapes on the roof.
this is part of this expedited review? Is it
That'll
part
be
of
part of the foundation reconstruction.
So it's not part of the expedited review?
Are we talking about this side, Steve? I'm sorry, I'm gonna turn
Yeah,
this.
you can see the stone there. Yep.
Yeah, I'm almost
talking
thinking
about
that
I'm
should,
talking about the soil on County Road 39, the bank of soil on County Road 39.
This is gonna stay the same, right?
But if they're going to be doing renovations, my question is, are they removing the soil?
Yes.
You are going to be removing that. And what are you going to be doing with it?
It'll be removed from site. I mean, it's excess soil that will not be needed. And along County Road 39 is where the new septic, the new approved septic systems are supposed to be. And that'll be a sodded lawn when it's completed with the granite fascia stone and then the cedar shakes, which will actually look a lot better than the berm with weeds on it right now.
I understand. But I have a concern here that I just need to voice. This is right on
Yes.
County Road 39, and you're going to have heavy machinery removing soil, working there. What kind of an accommodation are we going to have the applicant make so as to not interrupt the traffic on 39, particularly at that corner, which is a very heavily trafficked intersection?
And McGee Street,
Right, Claire, do you have any thoughts here?
I think it can be done. So this whole grade is changing? This is gonna be no more grade here.
Yes, you can
Taking all
you
of
can
that
see that
out.
on the site plan. Yep.
Okay.
So that's, it's
Different look. It's definitely gonna be different.
it's going to
Claire,
be.
will the highway department be getting a referral on this one?
I would think this would go to
Highway, yes.
county. The county would have to take a
County.
look at this. I
Yeah.
mean, I think if they can, access and the trucks come in off of McGee Street can certainly minimize, depending on how close you have to get to 39 to do your work. But certainly the county would have to take a look at your work plan. And, there are steps that have been taken in the past, limit the work hours to 9 to 3. It's similar to when, a curb cut is put in on 39. The county will put certain restrictions or kind of guide what you can and cannot do in terms of impacting 39.
But
So-
my concern is more like, changing topography there may create some drainage issues, some puddling issues, runoff issues onto the highway, et cetera.
Definitely.
We should have some fencing put up, fence limiting. So it's quite an operation.
Can I-
It's wonderful.
Can I
as-
add something here real quick to answer all of your questions? If you look on a site plan there, we have added drainage in that front corner to take any runoff that will be changed by the topography. We will not be impacting in any way County Road 39. We will be putting a project limiting fence to protect the 4 trees that are there, and all work will be done behind those trees from the property accessing if you see on the plan, those 2 retaining walls that go out into McGee Street are being removed, and our access will be done from there with an excavator going around. So as far as 39 is concerned, all work will be done behind those trees, and it will not impact in any way County Road 39 or the traffic while the work's being done.
Well, is this burn removal part of the stabilization plan that you need to done now, or is this part of the site plan?
Because what is happening, the pressure from that dirt is collapsing the walls that are holding the structure up.
Okay.
Because that barn was originally built where they would have potatoes and stuff inside, putting pressure back against the walls. Since that has not happened for many years, it's just slowly, pushing pressure against the walls and essentially collapsing those walls.
So what you submit to us as part of that plan, but show the stabilization plan, show your silt fencing or your hay bales to contain any construction runoff, that type of thing. Make sure that's part of your package when you submit, so we can approve that.
That is 100%. And we actually are very familiar with work, but we did the Mercedes dealer and a few other buildings right on 39. So I'm very familiar with working on 39 and the restrictions and, you know, keeping any work from interfering with the traffic.
Yeah.
39 is a main.
It looks like you have enough space on the west side of that to get machinery around, you know, and trucks out of there.
Yes.
You know.
You're trucking all the soil off-site,
That is correct.
are you?
Right. Jackie, I do want to pick up on your thought about concern about 39 in that intersection.
Right.
As of about a year ago, I think the town, working with the county, was commencing a study of that intersection, particularly with regard to the traffic signals and the possibility of putting in a turn lane on McGee Street. I don't know what the status of that is. I know there's, you know, there were constraints on the width of McGee Street were an issue. Certainly would like, you know, not as part of this expedited review perhaps, but as part of the longer term process, make sure, you know, our town engineer and the county get to take a look at and coordinate whatever they're talking about doing at that intersection with this application.
That study was in the wake, if you recall, Tom, that the supermarket, remember the supermarket that now it's going to be the pool complex, but about 8 years ago, 6 years ago, there was that supermarket proposed there.
Right.
And that's what prompted this study, specifically have a left turn lane on the westbound of County Road 39 going on to McGee Street, which is now, if you know that intersection, they cut right through the gas station.
Right. And I think and you're right, Dennis, that did originally start with the supermarket, but because of the aquatic center idea, I believe the town actually appropriated some funds last year or 15 months ago or something like that to do our own study because there wasn't no applicant anymore. But to do our own study, working with the county on that intersection. But you're right. One of the issues was the turn lane.
Yeah.
So certainly would want to make sure we refer, I know we would refer it, the town engineer, I'm sure would be taking a look at it anyway. But we might want to have some discussions with them because they may be in the midst of that study right now.
So Jackie, am I to understand then what we're going to be getting is an amendment to this report so that we will have an itemized list and a detailed list of what is going to be done under the expedited review for the matter of protecting and preserving the building. And then we'll have a separate
site plan
for the ultimate
right.
design.
Although this is almost like this is almost like a site plan. If the site
It's
plan
going to be a stabilization plan.
Yes,
A stabilization plan, which involves removing soil, stabilizing the building, the roof, of course, and we're going to review that. You know.
Okay.
Wait, how quickly can you get that in, Steve?
I have my engineers and my architects are already working on the plans. So if you give me an outline of what you're looking for,
I think we
can
just
address it
did.
right away.
Anything related to the building that you want to do before the site plan is approved, I think, and the
Is that
stabilization.
what you need to do to stabilize the building? Those things that you have to do immediately to stabilize the building.
Now,
prior to the site plan.
Removing the berm and how you're going to do it, how you're going to protect 39, where you're going to take the soil, are you going to take it onto McGee Street, et cetera, the new roof, the materials. Are you just patching the roof or are you putting a new roof on?
There is a complete new restoration of the roof. So the whole roof will be removed. The entire roof will be, newly insulated. The new supporting structure underneath the shingles will be replaced as needed. And there will be the 4 new dormers and all new cedar shakes as your suggestion at the first meeting. I agreed with you that I think cedar shakes would look more historic on the building and make it more of the classic look. So, but I mean, it's replacing it properly and not just patching it up.
So this is major, this is major site plan I know it's stabilizing it, but it's also building a new building essentially,
I mean,
which you
it's
have to do. I understand that. But
wonderful that we're
we
trying to
just,
fix
we
it.
can't lose the control over the site plan and there are a lot of very major things that you're doing.
The big thing that we're looking for now is, I mean, we're not changing in any way the footprint of the structure or the visual, the structure is going to be the exact same size. We're not adding on to it and just looking to restore it so it'll be here for another 100 years.
No, we understand that and support that. The question is the site plan review. Claire, do you have some?
Plans, right? You need to have the plans and a full
Mhm.
explanation of what's going to happen and something verifiable so that we can actually probably refer that to the town engineer. And they say, yes, that all makes sense. So if the applicant provides that, we'll do some referrals and we'll have it back to you to consider. So you're
Okay.
comfortable with it.
So in the meantime, are we moving forward with the site plan as well?
Adoption of the pre-submission report, because it's item number 5 and I had as a question, but it is that you're going to direct the applicant to provide the information for consideration to allow them to go forward with no vested interests in the use.
They're getting back to the site plan. Does it show the display area of landscape material, trees and bushes?
No, only the material such as like the bins for soil and gravel and things like that, but not for landscaping products. No, yet.
Yeah, because typically these nursery, I mean, you think of Warren's and all the others.
Yep.
It's a blank field, and all of a sudden, within 2 weeks, early May, kaboom! You get these 40-foot trees and everywhere.
Yeah.
You want to make sure they're not, of course, in the front of the building on the North Highway, the display area. So would it be helpful to designate an area on the site plan for landscape material?
Yeah.
And that does trigger some parking. I think it's 1 space per 1,000 square feet of display, right?
Yep, exactly. So I'll put that as a specific under the use and parking.
Just so you guys know, the plan is that the first floor, which is now the basement, that is going to be hard goods storage. So the majority of the storage will be either in the bins or interior in the building.
Yeah.
And then the offices are on the second floor. The offices and the apartment are up there. So the majority of all storage will be indoors or in the bins on this property.
I'm thinking more of the large ornamental trees. You go to buy Martyrs and Warrens and so forth. It's bushes and so forth, which is understandable. You want people to come out and see this stuff.
You want some anyways. You want somebody to drive by and be like, oh, that looks nice. Oh,
I'll take that tree.
It's the area. We want you to have an area. It's just we need to designate it. So
I think I made a comment to Claire in her report that what we don't want for something to happen so that it becomes trade contractors parking their lawnmowers and their trucks and their garden. This is not retail.
It's not a special trade contractor use. Yeah, exactly. It's a retail use. You're right. Exactly. So I'll make that comment.
Yeah, the sole purpose of this is for, landscapers, homeowners, so forth, to come in and purchase materials. We're not parking, trucks and trailers and everything there. It's going to be specifically a retail facility, and that's the only intention we have here.
Can we now address the apartment issue?
Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
Can we address the apartment? Are you going to be having an apartment there?
We are. There's a small apartment there, and actually, we're going to rebuild it and fix it up for my daughter to stay in while she's going to school over there. So we do need a little place for it. It's going to be our family using it.
So do we have to be concerned about bathrooms, Claire, or?
It'll be part of the use for the health departments. It is listed on the CO, so they are entitled to maintain it. And we just want to make sure it's safe and designated parking space, probably something to that effect.
It is a very small apartment, and the septic and sanitary flow has all been calculated into the engineer's report.
Yeah, I just want to make sure what you intend to do and what we're passing on are the same thing. I'm just checking off the boxes.
I understand, and I agree with you 100%. Let's get it all out in the open now in the
Right.
beginning.
So Claire, do you want to move forward with your report?
I do. So you want to just go through it really quick? I think we touched on a lot of it already. But let me just make sure. So we talked about, Steve, do you understand what the archaeological phase 1B is? It's a report that we need from an archaeological specialist to make sure that there's no archaeologically sensitive material on the property. Okay. We'll need that.
We will hire, we'll look into that. We'll hire the proper firm to do that and get it done right away.
Yeah, good. And then the reuse, we just talked about this. So what I'm going to say here is the planning board finds they're supportive of.
Call it the stabilization plan. I think Dennis is perfect.
Right. And you find that you need a stabilization plan and full explanation of what's going to happen in this phase. And obviously
and supporting documents and a timeline.
Supporting documents, timeline. I'll add that to that section 5. And then access, this was touched upon also. So they proposed the entrance as far south as possible to get to, so it's not close to the aqua and away from the intersection, of course. And this is Tom's issue. The town is studying the nearby intersection. I believe a draft is forthcoming for this study. And as Dennis pointed out, it is recommending another turn lane so that cars are not stuck there as the lights.
Problem is the lane is there, but they don't have the green arrow. So when the light turns, it's like.
Yeah, I haven't seen the report yet, but once I do see it, and we'll incorporate it into any reviews.
Can we say that the town is studying nearby intersection? And
that's what I said.
Will be reviewed.
Number 7, and then will be reviewed. Yep, exactly. I can add that. No problem. This is related to the parking. They have plenty of parking for the use, but as Dennis pointed out, any outdoor storage needs to be accommodated. So these are some notations that need to be shown. In the 50-foot setbacks provided for parking to the east from McGee Streets. Right now, I think it's I think it might be 20 or 30. So they just need to meet that. That's easy. Screen utilities from the street standard, the lighting code, the full landscaping plan, preserve significant trees. Yeah, we just need to get a handle on it. They have submitted some information to that effect, so I may add some language here. But referrals, public hearing, and otherwise it conforms to the code. And I'm recommending you adopt the reports with that additional language.
Yeah, Claire, do we want to put anything in there about the fill, where the fill is going, testing of the fill? We've had enough fill problems in Southampton without adding more fill problems. So
I think that's beyond what we typically,
No, we did it on another project where there was soil that was being removed, and we specifically said that it was not going to go to a landfill in Southampton. But I think that we have an obligation when fill is being removed and carted off a property to make sure that it's, where it's going and it's not toxic in and of itself.
I thought that was the Watermill townhouses, which is
Yeah,
toxic.
thank you.
But we knew that was toxic.
Yeah.
Is this in any nematode infestation area that we know of? It was a farm prior.
No, it's not.
No,
It is not. It's not a nematode, and we actually just had Eastern Environmental last week came and did a environmental testing of the soils for the health department, and everything was found to be clear.
Okay, any reports like that, just submit to Claire. Steve.
Okay, I will get
That
that
will
over
help
to her. The
there.
report should be coming the next couple of days, but they did come do soil samples for the health department, and it came back as clear. And the materials will be taken to a proper New York State DEC facility when it's taken out of here.
Okay, can we just note that in the report? Maybe?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can submit information. Go ahead.
Can you add the no vested rights letter as a condition?
It's going to be part of the resubmission for his thing, but yes, I am going to add that. You're right.
Claire,
And-
can I just ask about the traffic? The way that's written, it sounds like, well, the town's doing something, so we'll just wait for that. Doesn't the applicant have to do some traffic analysis?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, so the generation of his traffic, and so whether it's a low, medium, high traffic generator, that's going to be all part of your information that you're viewing part of secret. So I can see.
Take a look at the wording. It sort of makes it sound like he doesn't have to do anything.
Okay, I'm going to say that traffic will be considered part of secret in the use.
Thank you.
Claire, can I request that you send us that amended report that
Of
you're doing?
course. Yeah.
Any other questions from anybody that Claire needs to include in the report?
I'm going to put the part that he has a report from East Environmental, it's pending, it shall be submitted. I just want to add that.
Thank you.
Great, otherwise I recommend adoption.
Okay. So motion by Dennis to adopt the report as amended by Gloria, second by Gloria. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, 7 in favor. Thank you.
Thank you guys for all your time. I really appreciate you guys taking this much time with me, and thank you.
Thank you. It's our job.
Yeah, and you're going to keep an old building and reuse it, which I think is fabulous.
Yeah.
Right.
We're very excited about it, so I'm hoping we can get this whole project done and together. So,
Good.
Congratulations.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to number 5, the bridge staff housing.
Yeah, so this is a cleanup item. If you could have Jake Watkins come in, Charles, I appreciate that. Just to show you, as he's coming in, I want to show you what happens, which is we sometimes miss things. So we were reviewing the staff housing. This is my resolution. I'll change it once we get to the plan stage. Actually, let me change it now. So this helps show it. So this is the additional, this is the area and the additional staff housings going here. And this is the initial one. This is the subdivision road that you approved with the 20 lots associated with the golf course, which is here. And then this is the golf course main road going into the golf course facility. And then this is the access to the staff housing and then the new maintenance area here. So part of this application that I didn't notice until later, and the town engineer picked it up, is that the applicant had changed the access to the road to be this. As you can see, it has like a little turn, so you could easily just take a right-hand turn instead of coming to this more extreme intersection and then taking the right-hand turn into the golf course property. But in the meantime, they had proposed to change this road to be one way here and then one way here. And that, of course, changes a private but town designated road on the subdivision map. So I encourage them to just change it back, but keep this as another entrance onto the property. So if the board is acceptable, we can approve that as amendment to the application. The subdivision road will remain the same. It's two-way. So when people leave, they can come this way. But that there's going to be another entrance into the Glove Post property. Is it easier to see on the aerial? I don't know.
Have they already changed this road?
They have added this little portion here. Yes, they have added that portion here.
But why is that portion necessary? It's just a few feet away from the entrance.
It's a more T entrance. I see their point because it's a more T entrance. So you can see either way without having to come to this intersection, then strain your neck to look this way to see if somebody's coming, you know, and then make the sharp right-hand turn. So
they're closing one and adding one.
No, they're not closing it. They're just adding another more safe T intersection where you can look both ways and have a better sight distance. Does that make sense to you?
You,
Okay. Jake, do you have anything to add?
No, I think you summed it up nicely, Claire. Thanks.
So I have a resolution to that effect, and all it does is approve that this modification to the plan with the submission. The town engineer.
Will we need left only, right only signs there?
No, I
At the
don't
T?
think so. The only thing is that that might want to become just a one-way, going back to this plan. They indicated on the plan as one way. You might want to have a sign that says it's one way. You know, that this is not, you know, maybe
Right.
here
That the
this-
cut is one way.
yeah, that's one
Okay.
way. What do you think, Jake? Doing
Yeah.
that?
That's fine.
Yeah, that makes sense because of the width. Okay, so I'll add that.
A question, does it impact at all the foundation building that we've just reviewed a couple of weeks ago?
No.
No, this is an offsite. This is, you know, on the eastern portion of the
Well,
property.
on your aerial, you see that the entrance to that property, you have the aerial again?
Yep, I do. All right, it's gonna take me seconds.
You can see where the entrance is to the, here, to this part, this parcel down below, here.
Oh, this one.
Yes,
Okay.
that's in front of us now, and their entrance is there.
No, that does not affect it. It is, that intersection, that entrance is here, so it does not affect that. Okay, good question then. I'll add the one-way sign.
And to
I
restore,
think squaring up the original intersection makes more sense than putting that little turnoff in there. I think that adds to confusion, but
I do
it's
too.
a pretty low volume road, so.
Right.
But if you're there wondering, you don't know if the person is turning right or going straight. Personally, I think they should just square up the original intersection a little bit, but again, I don't
You
know
do
if it's
modify.
tremendous. I don't know how much volume would be going down that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it involves modification of the subdivision. Urged him, if he wants to go forward with the site plan, is to do a modification to the site plan for an entrance. They can come back for that as a question, you know, as it's subdivision.
I agree with Tom, though. I think that that complicates the issue by putting another little road in. I mean,
Well,
it's like a quick fix. It doesn't necessarily address the intersection, which I agree with Tom. If that were tightened up and refocused.
I think we'd want to come back with the formal application to adjust this. I think that's a great idea. I think this does affect and address a safety concern that is for the few cars that use that road. And that's sort of the primary importance and what we're trying to address with this.
Okay.
So what are we doing?
Amending the site plan to allow them to have this entrance drive into the golf course property.
This little peel away, right?
Okay. We're
Any other
considering-
comments? Okay, motion to approve. Motion by Gloria and second by Tom, all in favor.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, 7 in favor.
You.
Thank you.
Thank you. Loaves and Fishes.
Yeah, this is Eric Bregman. If you could let him in, Charles, thanks. This is also a cleanup item before people do their application. Get their plan signed. In this case, the applicant reviewed the plan and is asking for a modification to eliminate some of the proposed a parking aisle to allow for more parking to be considered in this property. So this is the approved site plan. The board can see that. And in the eastern portion of this was an area where you could turn around. You could just go through can you see my
Yeah.
cursor? Right, so that you could go through here. And because it's a low traffic area, the applicant is proposing to close this off to provide a couple more parking spaces and to provide a turnaround and a walkway along this portion of the area. So this is what the plan looks like now. This is the explanation. The walkway.
Can we see the plan again, Claire? I'm sorry, it was too quick.
This is the existing plan. So I just wanted to show you that. This is the existing. This is how you approved it. This is this is the restaurant and the proposed residence that was approved as part of Loaves and Fishes and the additional parking provided. And with that parking, this parking attaches into the existing parking for the Bridgehampton Inn. And then this is the retail store. And with that, there was an aisle to go around here. And the applicant's proposing to close off this because you can either come this way and then back out and come here, or you can come this way and back out and come here. So you don't have to have the aisle technically. The town engineers reviewed this, and I just wanted to show you the plan if you're ready to look at the plan that you proposed. Yeah.
Plan.
Yeah. So this is the explanation. As Eric's here, so he can speak to that. But in this direction, you can see, so this was closed off here to provide a walkway and some additional parking spaces in this location.
So where does this walkway come from?
There's an existing walkway with the Bridgehampton Inn that actually ends here and goes to the parking that is existing here. But this walkway now will go all the way to the north. So if you park here, you can have a safe pedestrian walkway to the Bridgehampton Inn if you're going to that location, obviously. So.
And what do they get out of that for parking?
They got a couple more parking spaces.
Which they needed?
They don't need, but they ideally they'd like. So that's proposing. Eric Bregman's here if you need to ask him.
I just want to look at the traffic circulation. If you could just review that. You're coming in
here and you're choosing one of these parking spaces. So if you park here, instead of being able to back and go this way, you have to back in and go this way.
Right. I mean, what you're doing is you're really cutting off circulation.
Yeah. So what would happen is if you went into that parking lot and you found no spots, you now have to do a 5 or 6 point turn to make a U-turn or back up to get out of that parking area. It locks it in.
It cuts off circulation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And if they don't need the space,
why are we doing this?
Yeah. What's the point?
I like the walkway to be safe to get to the back. But once you're encouraging either U-turns in a limited area, or you're asking people to back up and be driving in reverse to get back out of that to get into another parking area.
Right. It's very tight. You know.
Yeah. What did the town engineer say to this?
He gave approval.
Well,
May I?
Eric, yeah, why even look at this, Eric? So what was your thinking?
It was a couple of things. One is in the original interaction with the town engineer, there were issues about drainage and the degree and the amount of asphalt that was involved in the prior plan. So one solution was to, and the other aspect was we are in regular contact with the neighbors, as you know, and they wanted to increase the setback as much as possible in this direction. So
from where to where? What's the setback now? I can't
from
see.
the eastern, it's now 15.3 feet. Well, it's more than that. It's 19 feet here. It was 14 feet. So it's substantially more here. We added this, Robin.
Claire, can you use your cursor on this so we can see what's happening?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I share my screen? Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Could you, it says disabled. Can you allow me to share? I don't know how you do that or how.
He's gonna do it.
Okay, I've got it. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so can you see my cursor running around?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so here's the walkway, as you see, you were talking about. And this was 14 feet, 10 feet, I'm sorry, 10 to 13 feet, I've forgotten. It's on the original plan. And so we extended that, removed some of the asphalting to deal with the drainage issues. And the other thing we did besides the walkway was add this little bump out so that cars here can, back out, Robin, as you said, and make that turn here to get out. And of course, this area is completely open for the circulation. So everybody thought this was better, but you're the planning board, of course. And what it does is, as I said, it increases the open space on this side. It adds the walkway, and it does provide for this easier turnout to exit that way. That was the thinking, Jackie. Ms.
Right,
LaFaro.
but essentially, you're really trying to create more of a buffer with the neighbor.
Yep.
To the east, and what is there? Is that a residence there? I can't.
It's a residence up here, and then it's commercial down here.
On that lower parking lot,
Yep.
if you go into that lot and you find no spot, you have to either back up or make a U-turn. Is that correct? Where your cursor is?
Yes, you would have to make it. You would have to make a K-turn here. That's where these spaces are.
And just so you know, that's how you have to do it now.
I thought there was a road. I thought there was.
That's proposed. This road to the north. I can't point. Eric, can you point?
Right. Yes.
Now that is the parking lot as is.
What's shaded is new. What is not shaded is existing.
So you never could get from that lower parking lot to the upper parking lot.
No, the upper parking lot is vacant. It's
Doesn't
overgrown now. It doesn't exist.
I'm sorry, the way I was looking at it before, I thought you could go from the lower parking lot on the original plan to the upper parking lots.
No, you
cannot.
Robin, they only had the one parking lot. It was for the inn. Now, when they're developing the rest of the parcel with these other buildings, they've opened up and created new parking to the north.
And
Can we go to the other?
Yes.
Can we look at the other map because it's better than this one?
Because I thought what we approved allowed the connection of those two, the new lot to the old lot.
It does, but just so you know, that parking lot that is not shaded right now, as shown, is existing. It's been existing.
I understand, but from the way we proposed the flow, you could go from the existing to the new if the existing was full. Now you're saying you cannot go from the existing to the new unless you back up or make a U-turn to go back up the other path. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Up this way, you would make the connection.
You don't
here.
have the two alternatives.
No, but there hasn't been, as Claire says, there hasn't been any issue about that with parking, although obviously we're increasing it. And that's why they're having the shared parking.
Now.
Sure, and that's why we have the cross access. Absolutely right.
Ask a question.
But yes, sure.
On the lower lot, around where that U is, like that tunnel, it looks like a tunnel shape. On each of the sides there, you use that as a means by which somebody pulls into as turning space to get out of there. Are those parking spots, or is that void space for turning only?
No, these are parking spaces, but there is an additional, because of the design, you see there's a sliver here. It's about 7 or 8 feet wide. That is in addition to the parking spot. So there's more room to back out of here and turn. And I was saying that there is room here in the center to maneuver, but it has not, again, it hasn't been an issue of people maneuvering there.
Extended use.
Yeah, of course, I agree.
That's why it's not an issue.
Well, but the point is that there is this circulation. The engineer thinks it's okay. It provides more of a buffer, and it provides this connection, the walkway connection, which all of which we thought would make this work well. But
Can we just see the other map? The other.
Yeah, can you stop sharing, Eric, and I can go to the other map? Thank you. Is this, oh, you want to go to the original one?
No, this is how you're trying to revise it.
Yes.
yes, what I showed you was
Yeah, so really what you're doing is you're blocking off parking from the inn to the other development.
no, this is all open in, I can't show the, I don't know how to show you if
This
you
is
go up, yes, that's it. If you go up the driveway from Montauk Highway, there's parking on the east side, as you see, and then there is the existing parking lot. Or you can continue to the parking that's on the new parking that's on the north side.
Just drive through, right?
You're right, right. All of that is open. It's big enough for trucks. It's big enough for cars.
So your reasoning is twofold. Too much, the engineer said too much asphalt and there's a drainage issue.
Yes,
That's a new one. And to create better buffering between the residents to the east.
yes. And to make the connection, the walkway connection, which is secondary, but it's an amenity, we thought.
And there's just no buffering landscaping between.
Oh,
yeah.
sure there is. There's just more of it, more room for it. There's the landscaping plan isn't changed. It's just more, it'll be more space there.
And so everybody will exit then onto
Butter.
the Butter Lane through that one exit.
Yes, that's the way it has always been. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
But you have pedestrian paths and walkways here, right?
yes,
Many pedestrian paths.
yes.
I see a lot of backing up in this scenario.
And Craig, that's what my problem is. It's the backing up.
And,
Yeah, this reminds me a little bit. We have a restaurant around the corner from here called Mary's, and it's kind of a similar parking situation in the back. And there's an awful lot of backing up. There's no room to turn around. It's a little bit narrow.
And on top
This
of
is
it,
just
you
not
know,
great.
Eric, a lot of people who come to the restaurant now park on the street because that lot is often full or they don't want to get trapped in there. So they park on the street. By creating some circulation here, I think it's much more enticing to pull your car in and you have the option of either of those lots.
Claire, could you go back to the original approved plan?
Yes.
Is that link between the two parking lots meant to be a two-way link or one-way link through it?
One way in. It's one way in off 27, off Montauk.
I meant between the two parking lots that they're looking to eliminate altogether. Is that meant for two-way access?
Yes, looks like two-way, 20 feet, right? Yep.
Well, if you look at the parking, yes. Yes.
Are you saying just make it one way?
I mean, I like the idea of extending the walkways through. I think that gives a lot of utility to the back parking lot. And if we left that as is with just a one-way access from the existing parking lot into the new one to allow people to get from one to the next if they turn and can't go. Kind of gives you the same, almost the same, well, you lose one parking lot, of course.
Yeah.
Two parking spots, one on each side.
Yeah, but you'd be able to go through
You'll be able to go.
either
no,
end. Yeah.
I agree.
Could you afford to lose 2 spaces, Eric?
I don't know. I'm not the traffic engineer, but I'm looking down here. There's parking here. I guess
Where
there's
is
one
here?
space there. I'm sorry. Right, sorry. It was perfect. It was perfectly clear on mine. Can you go?
You plan?
Yeah, can I share mine again? It's easier.
Of course. Let's do that.
Okay.
It's really hard though, because they're not in the same, we're not looking at it the same way.
Well, I can switch this around.
If you do that, that would help me. Thank you.
Oh, it's making, sorry. I don't know why it's doing that. Sorry. I can't do that. I thought I could. You have to sort of imagine it turned 90 degrees counterclockwise. Let me try once more. See what happens.
Yeah.
Doesn't like it, Eric.
It doesn't like it. I don't know. I don't know why. But you would lose 2 parking spots here.
Right, but you'd have.
At the moment, the calculations, which are down here, are that we're just qualifying at 33 spots, which I counted up just to make sure, and there are 33.
But I think that's a good idea, because then you'd have circulation. You could keep your walkway and you'd be able to circulate fully around those 2 lots.
So working off the original plan, try to incorporate a walkway and make it a 12-foot one-way?
Yes.
Now, these are, I don't know how it would come out exactly because these parking spaces are 9 feet, but I'm sure there's a way to make it work.
Okay.
Yeah, you won't really need that little space, partial space that you have shown next to the walkway.
No, you don't need it there, but here it's a little tighter. So.
But there you have the bump out.
And we don't need the bump. We won't need the bump out. So
Right, you won't
maybe
need the bump out because you'll have the one way through.
You'll have circulation, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's much better to have circulation.
Have them come back with a plan that shows that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do that.
Okay, and then would you, if we are, as I think we will be, again, I have to check with the engineer, but I think we'll be down 1 or 2 spots. And then could you waive those in that process, that same process?
Planning board does have the ability to waive parking.
Right.
It doesn't kind of make sense that they have to, because you already had the spaces initially. So I think it's a matter of working on it. Right?
Well, okay. I mean, again, I'm not the engineer, but it looks like, as we discussed, that these two that I'm pointing to are going to go.
Right.
Why don't we, instead of figuring that out, let's send it back, get the one-way drive through, put the walkway through, and then we'll count up the spots. And see.
Okay. What I was seeking is at least a hint that would be, if we needed some relief, it would be available.
Well, I think in the light of a pedestrian walkway, maybe we could waive them. It is our ability to waive them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can look at whether on the, I don't know my directions here very well, but on the north side of that new parking lot, whether you can pick up another spot. You have a traffic island in there. Is that absolutely necessary to have that landscape traffic island there? Yeah.
It is.
Yes, by code.
By code, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can take a peek at it. Let's take a peek at it. I think it's workable.
Yeah, let's see what the numbers look like.
Yep. Okay.
So thank you, Eric. No action on this.
Okay.
We'll bring it back.
Great.
Great.
Eric, can you stop sharing your screen? I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, Claire, 311 Montauk Highway.
Yeah, this is a request for expedited, which may be part of your consideration. Christian Barletta, if you can let him in, Charles, that'd be great. This is a former contracting building. It's I wasn't very familiar, but this is Cidarella's. You see my screen, right? This is Cidarelli, and the post office in Spionk. And so this is an office building. It's got these birds on the side of it. Is anybody familiar with that? Can you picture that? I'll show
Yeah,
you.
that's about 300 feet from where I'm sitting. I know very well.
Craig's the Spear-Grabsenberg guy.
I'm the West End specialist.
George is
We
getting
need that.
Exactly.
George is too.
So they're proposing some upgrades to the exterior of the building. They want to change out the windows in the front. It looks great.
You have pictures, Claire?
Huh?
You have pictures.
Yeah, I do have pictures. I just kind of want to show you the aerial real quick. So this is an open curb cut right now. And if you can see the parking, this is just like a very wire fence that separates this very open curb cut between the properties. And this is all open also. I'm a little concerned about this because it's a parking space and I'm not quite sure how it's their handicap space, but it backs right into Montauk. Even I was there this morning and it's, it's a little concerned. So I wanted to talk to the applicant about that, possibly maybe expanding their parking lot a little bit here so they can accommodate the parking on their property. Right now, this is just lawn here. But yeah, let me show you what they have in the applicants here. This is the site plan. As you can see, the parking spaces, just asphalt, but this is the painted parking space here. And this is the lawn and the gravel parking right now. And this is their proposal. Let me get you a normal view. This is existing. These are some pictures. Let me get you back to. This is the existing building now. So, and these are the birds. And did I forget the proposal? Sorry about that. Let me open it.
Yeah, that's all that was in the packet, what you just showed us.
Yeah, sorry about that. That didn't make, you know what? Sometimes if it's too big, it cuts it off for me, that it can't be.
What kind of a store is this?
I'm sorry.
What's the business?
It's going to be an office business. Office. Yeah. It's for contracting business, but they understand they're not going to do any contracting trucks on the property or on such, so we can make that a condition of approval. Let's see if I have any other plans here.
I thought there was a picture of how they want it to look.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I have it, Claire, if you need it.
Do you mind, Chris? And just identify yourself for the record, Chris.
Hi, Chris Barletta from San Pebble, from East Quogue. I am the applicant. That's my building. I can share my screen. So we just wanted to dress up the front of the building and insulate it. It's an old 60s block building. Didn't have much insulation. So we upgraded the insulation on the inside when we did the interior renovations with the building department, and we just wanted to add a 2-inch foam insulation on the exterior and put some EIFS on the exposed block. Let me share my screen. So you saw it's the A to Z plumbing building now, which has glass, kind of goes all the way down to the bottom, which Claire showed you in those pictures. And then, can everyone see it now?
Yes.
So there's an existing stucco right at the top here, and we would match that. I'm sorry, the lights would be a little bit smaller. They're a little bit big on the scale size, but they're a bit smaller, but they're down size compliant. we paint the brick. The glass, instead of going all the way down to the bottom, I have we're a construction management company, so I have plain desks and seated desks in front of it. So the receptionist was actually exposed underneath there. So we're going to close the front up with some stucco at the bottom, and then match the existing. I'm sorry, it didn't do it perfectly in the rendering, but we would match that proposed this existing stucco color. We paint the brick, and then the stucco would be on the side, the same color, on both the east and west sides, and the same in the south. Where that square piece of plywood is, when we bought the building, that's actually a broken window into the mechanical room. It's just gonna be an aluminum louver now to let some fresh air in there. But that would be it.
What's the purpose of the lights? You don't have a sign.
Just to dress up the building a little bit. We could have them or leave them. To be honest, that's just my mother is a little designer, and she wanted to put cup lights on it to make it look more like a boutique-ish place.
I like that.
But
that whole corridor
you can take
there.
them off. It does no matter to me.
The whole corridor there needs a bit of a facelift. We speak about it locally here as your West End specialist.
Yeah.
And I think the lights are nice.
I like them.
I like the lights. Are we losing the birds or the birds staying?
The birds, I asked the ARB the same question. I'll ask you guys the same question. They're not technically permitted. They've been there forever. We'll leave them if you want us to. We'll take them off if you don't. And I'm happy to kind of either way with just being a new neighbor in the area.
But you have a whole blank east side wall.
Yeah, I like the bird. I mean, the birds have become part of the, what do you think, Craig? Craig?
Birds.
I'm used to the birds.
Yeah.
I like.
Have you named them?
Have I named them? No, but now I think I have to.
Originally, we were just going to take them down, and I was afraid someone would get really, really mad about it. So
you can guarantee someone would get very, very mad about it.
So they're there, but it's up to, I guess it's supposed, Claire, I don't know how to work it, but it's up to you guys. I'm happy either way, because there's enough gap between them and the 2 inches of inch and a half of insulation and the stucco, which I need 2 inches, so that I can leave them. So
having worked with communities for a long time, leaving the birds probably is a better shot of not getting anyone mad than having the birds.
Fine by me.
Yep.
Can you just scroll up a little bit?
Sure.
The awning is a protruding awning, right? It comes out.
Yeah, it comes out on the west side. It's about even with the brick towards the end, and it'll stick at the building's a little. It's not square to Montauk Highway. It's a little kind of offset on an angle, about 2.5 feet. So the awning will be a little bit past the brick on the east side. But that's more just the sun coming in during the day. We put shades up there now. The glass is failing and needs a repair anyway, but I just wanted to do it right with the town.
So I know you have 3 lights up there, but there are lumens, maximum lumens restrictions. Claire can tell you about those, right?
Absolutely. We can fill them in on that. Okay. Do you want me to, what do you think about the parking in the front? Should we ask them?
Claire, I share your concern about backing out onto Montauk Highway. So if there's a better way to deal with that, if the space was parallel instead of perpendicular or something, I don't know, but I do share the concern about backing onto the road.
I think the former owner did it. It was, I don't know, I don't think it's probably ever been in front of you for a planning board, but I'm pretty sure the former owner did it because of the deli traffic. The deli doesn't have near enough parking spaces, so everybody parks in our parking lot and walks over to the deli. It was just Jack's Deli right over there in the corner.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure they put that handicap space there to stop the trades from parking there. No, none of us park. To me, it's whatever you want me to do with it now. I'm happy to actually get rid of the space.
Yeah, so maybe propose, what I would propose we do is I'll write this up for the next time, and then maybe propose, taking it up, putting an island there or some kind of planters or something to that effect. So we can talk about that, Chris, if you're amenable to that. How's the board feel?
Yeah.
Is that good?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would actually be an enhancement if we put a planter or something.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Per my prior comment, the corridor needs an upgrade. It needs a facelift, and that would be nice. Maybe we could even approach Jack's if you put the lighting up to consider, the same kind of lighting with planters in front as well.
Okay. We can see how
I'd be happy to. I just didn't just to get in and operating out of the building. I was just trying to do a quick cleanup of it first.
Did you consider buying the Jack's building by chance?
No, right now. I wish. I don't know if it's for sale, but and the only other thing on it is, on the east side, we actually it's actually going to happen tomorrow. Our electrical service is going underground, so you won't see that on the east side of the building anymore.
That's nice.
Nice.
Good.
There was a fence there, a stockade fence in between that, Claire, from our property to the chain link fence.
Okay.
Right by the right where that electrical meter is. I was just going to put that back to screen the electrical meter.
Okay.
It was there before. Don't think it was a problem. But that whole meter is coming. That tower and everything is coming off the building.
Okay.
It's happening on Monday.
Okay. So we'll take a look. We'll tighten this up and we'll have it for the board for the next meeting, which is April 28th. So we'll just tie it up. Okay, great. Good comments. Thank you. I have the next one, which is a sign for County Road 39. This is the Veranda property, the Bottlehampton and the Suffolk Federal Credit Union.
Sorry to interrupt. No action is needed on number 7.
No, we're gonna write it up for you for the next meeting.
Gotcha. Thanks.
By the way, I was at the bank this week in that shopping center, and the cross access from the building that's being redone, both sides are being worked on. So pretty soon you'll be able to go from the Veranda parking lot into the gas station without having to go back out onto the road. So personally, I'm happy because that's something I do regularly.
Great, excellent. So the applicant's representative is here. I just want to share the screen. Just so you know, the ARB has indicated their approval of the sign, and I don't know why I can't. Birds. This is the property. This is the building. And here's the sign. It's called Club Pilates, and there'll be a sign on the building and a sign on the attached menu board sign that's on the property. So
Is it the store to the east of the bank?
yes.
Is there a restaurant there now or something?
The restaurant's on the
Restaurant's on the corner.
Yeah.
That is.
Bottlehampton took over some property, but there may still, obviously, there's still a vacant store.
Right. Now I can't picture which unit it is. I'm sorry.
Can we see how this looks with the other signs that are there? Isn't it all one?
See if I have any other signs related to this.
Well, are we still waiting for final signs for Veranda?
Yes, you're doing this. This is the club. This is the, sorry, it's on the sideways.
Okay.
This is the menu board sign. So you can see how that looks together.
Okay.
But an overall with all the signage, no, I don't have that.
Or the building next, the sign next to it? I'm just trying to get a flavor for.
Right, with the picture of the elevation. trying to think if I did it, I don't think would be very modern sign of a look of what the building looks like without taking a picture of it. Jody, do you have any of that information of what the signs look like now?
Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So are we able to also screen share or no?
Yeah.
Or I can just hold up this picture that shows one of the neighboring signage. I don't know if you guys can see that. I think that was
Screen
on
share
the
better.
drawing supplied.
Better if we share.
Yeah, let me see if I can do that and also pull the property up on Google Maps to see. So it's 850 County Road 39. It's the address. Take a look here. Bear with me just a moment.
Huge, no wonder. Claire, is there any sign plan for this strip?
There is. However, if they don't follow it, then they're coming to you, and that's what they're doing in this case.
So what does the sign plan say?
The sign plan says a standard backlit sign of a certain color. I don't, but let me look while she's looking for that.
How do I share it here? Let me see.
Bless you, Dennis.
Thank you.
So can you see our screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is the building where my mouse is. That is the storefront space where Club Pilates is going. And the sign's being attached here to the window mullions, just like Bottles Hamptons did. Bottle Hampton.
That's the veranda spot, isn't it?
This space here is
Miranda's on the-
Okay. That's where I thought you are, between the bank and Bottle Hampton.
correct.
Okay.
So that gives you an idea. It's pretty much this exact build. They have a backer here that's attached to the window mullions, because in this particular build, that's really the only way to do it. And then we have the channel letters that are dimensional and forward illuminated. Here actually is a good example. The letters for Club Pilates will sit on the backer just like this in Bottle Hampton.
So what colors? You
The
didn't.
Club Pilates logo is
Yeah,
actually black and white. This is, again, let me just see if I can look at this too. Let me just pull up the mock-up again. Okay, so here it is, and here's that sample also of the Bottles Hampton sign below.
That's great. Thank you.
Perfect.
And the lights over that, are there lights?
Yep, so these are just standard internally lit channel letters so that the Club Pilates lettering and this logo in the middle all lights up. So the faces will light up a white color.
Okay.
Which is per code.
Mm-hmm.
And the size is correct, Claire?
Yes.
And it's dimensional the way the Bottle Hampton is.
Correct.
Thank you.
Did ARB see it?
They did it. They approved it.
Okay.
So I have a resolution for you to approve it. For your-
Okay.
Can you stop sharing, Jody? Thank you.
Let's see. Yes, I can try. Okay.
Thank you. And then the board, if you just, the resolution to approve it as described by Jody, but it is all outlined in this resolution that's in the packet. And the only conditions is that it be white light and the LEDs be 3000 Kelvin or less.
Okay.
We have a motion to approve the sign
Motion.
by Dennis, second by Robin, all in favor.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, 7 in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Mind if we jump around a little bit? I want to go to Bridge Petroleum.
Do you have people here?
I do. I have Chuck. Charles. Thank you.
You know, we got
Got it.
several letters on this application
Yeah.
this week. You've seen them, Claire?
Yes.
With issues about traffic again on Walker Avenue.
Did you
So maybe 6.
sorry, I'll stop my sharing. Did you want to change anything from the description? The secret determination?
Not quite following you, Claire.
Well, we had discussed this at the last couple of meetings regarding the traffic, and you had a traffic consultant reviewing it. Did you, and you directed me to prepare the secret documents. Did you have anything else that you wanted me to add?
Do you want to go through them? I don't.
Yeah, let's go through the documents. Let me just.
Claire, has the ZBA signed off on this application yet?
No, because they're waiting for you to do secret first. That is the first step. Sorry, I just wanted to get the right documents before I started sharing the screen. So this is the resolution for consideration. This is the aerial. And I did send under a separate email. Did you get the McLean report?
Yes.
Oh, right. They got the accident report?
Yes. And there were no accidents in the last 3 years at this intersection. That was the conclusion.
Can I ask how long the gas station has been in minimally operative?
I'm sorry, minimally operative?
Yeah, because the bays closed how long ago?
You can ask the applicant.
I'm just thinking if there's been no accidents in the last 3 years, is that also because there's been minimal usage of the property in the last 3 years? I just want to keep things relative.
You don't know, Chuck, do you want to identify yourself for the record, and then do you know the answer?
Charles W. Southern Jr., registered architect, 435 Bay Home Road, New Southhold. I'm not aware of when the repair facility closed, but I know even from the traffic study, it showed that the traffic for a repair facility was minimal compared to the gas facilities.
Did you, so you think that's a relevant question, like if that's something to do with the traffic?
Well, it's a logical question. If there are no traffic accidents because the place has been closed, there's a nexus between the two of them.
Well, was the gas station closed, or was it just the repair facility?
What was closed, Chuck?
Oh, only the repair facility. The gas station's been operating continually.
It has been operating.
Yes, it has.
Okay. Can I ask you about a vacuum system that's been put in the back of the property?
You can.
Can you
Yes,
tell us?
there is one, and we've discussed it before. We showed it on the rear in the buffer on the south side of the property, and it was discussed that it wasn't a very good place for it, so we've moved it to the east side, the west side of the property, along Walker. And if it becomes a problem, it would be removed.
Well, we've gotten some letters that it is a problem, so that's why I just brought it up.
Yes, it's going to be relocated in the new application. It shows on the site plan which you have in front of you, it shows the relocation of it to the Walker Avenue side of the property.
In this location now, can you see that on the screen? This is the vacuums. I guess right now they're located back here, Chuck, is that correct?
It's not that far back, but it is in the back. Yes, it is on the south side of the property.
So they're gonna be at least a minimum of 20 feet away.
Yeah, but it's the noise. It's the noise from those things.
Yeah. And it's still hanging out next to a residence.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to go on the record here, Claire. I think you got the letters as well. That some of these neighbors said that they were never notified, that they never got notice. And this address is right next door. They're available by phone, email, letter, even direct contact. No one ever reached us. And this is a clear violation of Southampton town regs.
Well, I have to state on the record that that's false, because I do have a registered return receipt card from that address, and I know that our attorney has attempted to contact these people. I don't know whether he ever reached them, but I know for a fact he did reach out to them. As a matter of fact, I know he told me he went to the property and he left a card in the door because he couldn't get a hold of them.
Well, I believe their attorney is Barbara Rasmussen.
Yes.
Representing the adjacent.
I've spoken to her in the past when this application first came about a year ago. We had contact. She called me. We spoke a couple of times. She asked about buffer landscaping against their property, which is also in the same zoning district, which we are, which is the Hamlet office. And she told me that they didn't really have a problem as long as there was the buffer area.
Well, I'm only reading from a letter from some communication from neighbors, and they're pretty upset. They also flagged that this vacuum and air machine was put in at the back of their lot. And they said that they would remove it immediately. And as of December 1, it had not been moved. So there are still some issues here.
This vacuum will be removed. If that becomes an issue, the vacuum will be removed.
It obviously is an issue, Chuck, so.
Okay, then I will speak to the owner and I'll have it removed. I'll have it shut down and removed.
So do you want to put that as part of your secret determination that it be removed? Air and vacuum? Does air cause sound? I can't remember.
Yes, well, I'm not sure where the compressor is, but there is a compressor that pumps the air and that would make some noise also.
Okay. So air and compressor.
You want to go through secret then?
Yeah, let's go through the part 2. So the impact on lands, I have a part 3. This more accurately describes that. Do you want me to?
No, let's just take a look at this. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
it's important.
Right. So these are the this is lands. So this anything is moderates, and then I have an explanation under part 3. There's none for geological features, surface waters. Again, everything's moderates, and an explanation under part 3. Groundwater the same. That should be checked moderates. Small and moderates, nothing for flooding, nothing for air, nothing for plants and animals, disturbed piece of property, nothing for agricultural, aesthetics. This is the appearance of the building.
Wait. Okay.
Part
Slow down on aesthetics.
Okay.
We've gotten a lot of correspondence from the community regarding the building, the size,
The canopy?
canopies. Well, how are we determining that this is a moderate versus
Large.
large? Thank you.
Okay, so you initially, the building started off, it's about 1,600 square feet. And the applicant has reduced it. The building is now 13. It has a canopy attached to it, which makes it appear more, they want a canopy, but attaching it to it makes it appear more residential. But we can look at the plans, so.
Can you read to us what you wrote in 3?
Yes, I can. Hold on a second. I'm being attacked, okay? I feel attacked right
No,
now.
you're not. We're just going through the report.
I've been reviewing this application since September 9th.
It's an important application.
No, at that meeting, the board agreed that traffic was the only remaining issue on the project.
No. We reduced the size of it. We had one of the bays removed. We had configuration on the sidewalk that opened up to the road. We
At
had
the last meeting, Jackie, to prepare a negative declaration. This is what I'm presenting to you. And I'm
only asking you what you wrote in 3.
I want you to have questions, but I want you to understand that I didn't do this without direction.
We know that, Claire.
Okay.
Yeah. You're doing your job.
Yes.
Yes.
So would you like to see the part 3?
Yeah, just read that section so we know that it's been covered. That's all.
Let me share the part
About
3.
the aesthetics.
Okay.
You said see part 3 on the aesthetics.
Correct. This is the impact on lands, and impact on surface waters and groundwaters, and here's the aesthetics. The building of the project has been redesigned to be in keeping with the design standards of the Hampton Office zoning district. Properties within 300 feet of a community park, landscaped areas, buffers are indicated on the site plan, mitigate the negative impacts on resources such as the neighboring parkland, as the property would contain vegetation for screening. Would you like to add anything else?
Well, I think we just talked about, reducing the size of the building so that it appeared more in scale with the community.
I think the first bullet covers that, no? Claire, it doesn't that cover?
Designed to be in keeping.
It was redesigned.
Yes. Do you want me to put more specifics?
Do you want to include in that first bullet, Claire? Do you want to do and reduce in size or something? Just the language that it was reduced.
Right.
Size? That would kind of document what you were describing.
Okay.
Or it captures everything.
Anything else concerning that? And did you want to look at the part 3 with the other standards? This is the impact on lands. This is the 1,300 and 900 square feet of retail space. And then the zoning board of appeals will be required to determine if the convenience store use is designed as accessory to the gas filling station. And then the existing use redevelopment of the property represents a non-conforming use within the HO zoning district. The redevelopment of the property will require variances. The existing fuel tanks have been updated and landscaped area buffers are indicated in the site plan, which mitigate the impacts on land resources. Is that okay?
Can I ask, the existing fuel tanks have been updated. Were the tanks closed to do this updating? I'm just checking for environmental issues.
Chuck, do you know the status of the fuel tanks?
I believe that the fuel tanks were installed before my client purchased the site, which was approximately 5 years ago.
Which means?
That all environmental reviews, when they changed the tanks in the property, were done. Otherwise, they wouldn't be operating.
I'm confused. I thought Chuck said that his current client didn't do this. It was done beforehand?
That's correct.
Okay, so how do we know that they've been, what do we know about this?
Do you have
Suffolk
certification?
Suffolk County handles fuel tank installation, and they're inspected regularly. And if there was any problem, they would have made them remove them.
Okay, sir, I'm just looking at the terminology. I, again, apologize if I'm sounding aggressive, but the word terminology there that's been used is updated. When I see the terminology updated, I'm just looking for a definition. What does that mean that it's been updated? Updated by you, updated previously, there's certifications that it's been updated. I don't know what that terminology means.
Are you relating to the fuel tanks?
Yes.
Yes.
They've been replaced. They were replaced.
When? And that's what I'm asking. Do we have certifications? Were they replaced? Do we have the certifications on the replacement?
I imagine the Suffolk County has them. They were the ones who approved the installation of the new tanks when they were done.
So you didn't update them. They were updated at, I'm sorry, again, I'm going back to the sentence there. When were they?
They were updated prior to my client purchasing the property.
Do you have documentation as to when that happened and what the process was?
Of course, that's done through Suffolk County Hazardous Materials, and that's done regularly.
But when your client purchased the property, was that something that was part of the closing documents that we could have to know when and how?
It could have been, but I'm not aware of it.
So we can't
like to have it.
that it was updated. We just know that at the time of the transfer of the property from the previous owner to you, we don't know what occurred.
Excuse me, can I ask you what the relevance is of this?
Yes, it's called environmental impact. And this-
Understandably, but that's regulated by the Suffolk County Department of Environmental. It's not recommended by anyone, reviewed by anyone else. They're the one in charge of that, and they're the ones to inform someone to remove tanks and replace them if they're failing.
It's actually a requirement. It's been a requirement from I think it started in the early 80s. All the gas tanks, underground tanks on Long Island had to be replaced with the fiberglass. That it was a 25-year process. It's sort of like a C of O on a building. So it's going to be readily available. But you're probably going to be asked to provide it at some point.
We will obtain it if necessary.
Well, as part of our secret, we need to have that document, Chuck.
Yeah.
Because we have to be clear that it passes environmental
Well,
muster.
if they don't provide it, then we rescind the negative declaration.
Yeah.
Well,
in other words, we're basing our negative deck on the applicant's representation, but it's in compliance now with the Suffolk County regs. If it's not,
Right, if it's not, we would rescind the neg deck, yeah.
If the tanks are not certified by Suffolk County, then they're going to have to be replaced, and that's understandable. But they are at this time.
Okay, but that's part of our review, Chuck. This is, I mean, one of the questions in the environmental review, impact on, what is it, land, Claire? Land, water, environmental?
Yes.
Is exactly that.
Okay, so do you want to say that the existing tanks have been represented to be replaced? Applicant to provide information for certification.
yeah.
And if
Or
not,
currently in compliance with current regulations.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions under impact on land?
Put it back up, please. I'm sorry. Thanks. I appreciate it.
So hearing nothing, impact on surface waters. The property is located in a WQI high priority zone, and an innovative alternative system will be required. The nearest surface water body is Dave's Creek. Actually, I looked this up. It's about 1,000 feet away, so I'll put that notation there. Given the site's history of the gasoline filling station, all county and regulations should be followed. So I'll just statement similar to the statement above. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, I think that's good.
Then the same thing under ground impact on groundwater. And then potential impacts to stormwater runoff from pervious surface area, proposed on-site mitigation by proposed drainage structures indicated on the site plan. And then all be reviewed by the town engineer during site plan review process.
Well, the gas tanks replacement affect groundwater as well, so.
Restate it in this section?
Restate it again in this section, yeah.
Sure. Have we reviewed the aesthetics to your satisfaction? With the additional language with specifics, the building project redesign?
Landscape area. Didn't we also add the, unless you mean it, landscape areas buffers indicated on the site? That's that stretch on Long Walker Avenue, right?
Correct, and also the buffer in the rear, which has been expanded back to the 20 feet.
Maybe just a few more details on that, Claire.
Sure. I'll put the specific buffers.
Yeah, yeah. One in the rear, one on Walker.
Okay. And then impact on historic, this you're concerned about the historic church, which is on the same side of the road. And then there's an historic building, which is just to the west here, across from Walker. And so the design's been redesigned. Again, I'll put the specifics in here.
Can I, stupid question. How do we come to a determination that the design is in keeping with the HO zoning district and the nearby historic? Because I see a lot of community concern about the look of this. How do we make this statement? How do we come to this decision?
So historic, HO, Hamlet Office and Hamlet Commercial have very specific standards that call for residential design in their standards. It's under 330, 31, I think, of the town code. And that calls for peaked roofs, material being of a residential design, which is what the applicant is proposing in this case. So do you want to go to the elevations in this case?
I'll defer to the rest of the board. Do you want to go to those now? Because
do you want to look at the elevations, the board?
Ron, aesthetic resources couldn't hurt.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
it's just that it's waiting for a net deck. I just want to understand how I'm coming to these conclusions.
It's on its side, so no, it's backwards.
I'll stand on my head.
One more.
Sorry, I used to know how the chart.
That's it.
So there's the peaked roof, the material, again, the lines, the little features here, the breaking up of the mass. They do have the stone on the bottom, which is,
It breaks it up.
it breaks it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are the features, the type of roofing material, the type of material on the siding. That makes it, and that's spelled out right in the code. HC.
And where's the canopy, Claire?
This is the canopy here.
It's not a flat canopy like you see in regular gas station, right? It's a residential style design.
Right, exactly. Okay. Any questions?
Okay, back to secret.
Secret. It's easier, I think, going through the part 3 part. So impact on transportation, we worked very hard on this. The applicant provided an analysis by VHB, and you retained McLean back in October. And they have reviewed the project to their satisfaction and have no more recommendations. They are mentioning the no left-hand turns, which ultimately is part of the county's requirement, but we can pull this through to the site plan and definitely make a suggestion that there be no left-hand turns on the site plan. And there is a definite benefit for the realization access to the large open curb cuts. One thing I forgot under this, and that's been mentioned, is that the truck deliveries you'd want to make a restriction to that because it just
Off hours. I was just going to ask you to add that, right? That was a recommendation.
Yeah, so
because otherwise there's no room for the pumps and the delivery truck.
But there are community people who said that if you now do this off, if you do the delivery trucks off hours, are you now getting deliveries at 4 a.m. in a residential area? So there is counterbalance to that.
Right.
One thing you have to be aware is that the truck would not go by any residence.
And when the trucks are backing up in the middle of the night, you're going to hear them.
But there's a gas station there now. When does the gasoline get delivered?
But now you're going to have deliveries to also the convenience store. Okay, so we're increasing the usage of the property. I'm not talking about just gas pumps.
Exactly. We're not increasing it, Rob. This has been an ongoing, the business model of gas stations and the repair shops. It's a national model. And back in the early 90s, it was one of my first applications. The ZBA made a determination that these stores are accessory to the retail sale of gasoline.
And we've been very concerned about it, Dennis.
Absolutely. I was concerned back from the first application on the North Highway that it was a Hess station at the time. I said, oh boy, this is not a good idea. Then they jumped to the watermill station. Not a good idea. And then they did about 60 more of them.
I mean, I have to believe that the amount of volume in terms of money the convenience store generates probably at least as much, because they don't make that very much on a gallon of gas. It's pennies. So,
well, but that's what the ZBA will determine. They'll
I
look
know.
at and determine whether or not it's accessory to.
Yeah.
And
we have, just so you know, we have provided income figures for a similar station to this station to the ZBA quite some time ago. And they show that the gasoline sales, the volume and the money generated is twice what it is for the retail, approximately twice what it is for the retail.
What are the hours of operation?
What do you want?
Well, is Christine still with us?
Sorry, Dennis, can you say that again?
The hours of operation, I know that becomes a problematic area.
Yeah, we talked about this. We talked about this.
Convenience store in a residential zone.
I'll have to call you.
It's a matter where there's a lot of case law on it, and there are constraints, particularly if they're going to be serving any type of alcohol and it's something that's licensed by the SLA. You're not allowed to get into that kind of operating within their business. That's what it's considered. And it's also considered that we're preempted. I'm not going to say there's nothing we can do, but it would take a significant amount of research, which I'm happy to do, but it's a complicated issue.
If the applicant offers a limitation, are we allowed to accept it?
They can offer it and we can accept it. It becomes an issue of enforceability. And that, again, I think would turn on whether or not we had the ability to ask for it in the first place.
But I think they're offering it, I think.
No, I get that. But they can offer it, but the fact of the matter is, if we had a dispute over enforcing it, it would become an issue as to whether or not we really could have gotten it in the first place.
Even if they're offering it now at this juncture?
Yeah. But what I can do, I mean, I can research it. I'm giving you what I remember when I looked at this some time ago. So I'm happy to.
If I didn't want to put you on the spot.
No, I'm happy to research it. I just that would be my gut feeling right now. So you can take it, and if they're offering to do it, we can accept that and go with it, and assume they're going to maintain that that intention. If it were to change hands or ownership, I mean, maybe we would get it in a covenant. So that way that would go with the land. However, at that point, if that person then even bought the land with that, they might try and wage a legal battle. I mean, we're going into a million kind of speculative things, but
well, to the
you can take it
extent
for
that
good faith.
My personal feeling is I like to grab it since it's on the table. And that also folds into the hours of the delivery of the convenience store, which is valid. We could certainly put limitations of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. window on that. Hours of operation, I mean, after, 11 p.m. or whatever, even 11 p.m.
If they're willing to say so, yes, but I'm going to tell you, it could still become an issue if in fact that is ever a dispute over whether or not we can enforce it.
Okay.
And my question.
All goes back to Mr. Bowman,
my
who
question,
just ran away. He's back.
Dennis, my question was in terms of balancing the congestion in the area at the times that you're making deliveries versus the noise or how it's going to affect the community at large.
Oh, yeah.
Move it to 4 a.m. deliveries. That was the point that I was making.
No, and it's a valid point. I agree with you. But so to that extent, Robin, maybe we can certainly address delivery hours for the convenience store, a 9 to 5 window, so we don't have trucks dropping off cases of beverages at 4 a.m. with the beep, beep, beep.
But that affects traffic. So then I'll go to George or Tom. If you start having deliveries from 9 to 5, what have we done to the traffic and the flow in the gas station?
The alternative is going to be doing deliveries at 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock in the morning.
I think the practicality of restricting deliveries is, again, I'm not sure how you enforce that. My experience, trucks run routes and they make deliveries when they get from one stop to the next stop to the next stop. So how that would be enforced in any way, I'm not really sure about. In terms of traffic, I think, they probably try to, get out here. My experience, again, is some of them try to get out very early and do their deliveries heading westward, not eastward, so they're not stuck in the eastbound traffic. But again, I think the issue is really how enforce, and this is, again, maybe a Christine question, can you actually require or enforce in some way a restriction on a business owner that they can only have deliveries during certain hours?
Well,
I think anything that arguably interferes with the operations of their business becomes a legal issue that they could challenge, even if they agree to it up front. As long as if no one's pushing it, then yeah, I mean, we could take everything, and as long as everybody is, abiding by it, that's fine. But if in fact there comes a point in time where either they don't or ownership changes hands and this becomes an issue, I think you're on the losing side of that in terms of getting too far involved with business operations.
All of this sounds like we're trying to limit the impact on the residential.
It's all
neighborhood.
rational.
Right.
I get it. It's all rational. You can even relate it to secret. I get all that. I'm just telling you that the case law on this shows that it is considered a preemption when you talk about these kinds of establishments that sell beer, wine, stuff like that, that's licensed by the SLA. But in separate and apart from that, it has also been deemed to be, it's almost like an unfair ask It's like you can do certain things, you can move where they can do deliveries, you can whatever, but you can't get involved specifically with that kind of stuff.
Right. So in trying to limit the impact on residential neighborhood, then the question is, can we? Yeah, we can limit it. Can we eliminate it? No. And then what can planning board do within its power to limit it and make it an acceptable application? And I think every one of us hasn't really come to grips with the answer on that one.
Understandable.
Is there any possibility, Christine, to do a conditional neg deck and tie that condition to the operation of certainly the convenience store?
In terms of what? Like
Impact
where are we going with it?
Negative impact on the community.
Right, but I'm just saying at the end of the day, I would assume, and listen, these are all valid concerns that you have for sure. It's not like you're conjuring up something for the purpose of doing something, superfluously. They're all legitimate, but at the end of the day, if the purpose of the neg deck would be to sustain a condition placed upon hours of operation, I don't think that gets you there any better than something else. Like, and again, I really would like the opportunity to research this a little bit more in depth because I'm giving you what I remember, but that's my gut. That's what I believe. If I find something to the contrary, I can of course come back to you and tell you that, but.
So Christine, that would mean that we can't mitigate right now, sitting here right now at the point we're at, because I agree with you. I think that telling him, limiting his times, trying to control deliveries I agree with you. I think they're unenforceable. Does that mean that we cannot mitigate this? And so it's going to have a large impact.
Can you, maybe at the end of the day, you can't. But if there's other ways to do that, either by sound attenuation or, landscaping or moving something somewhere, like, you'd have to explore the means by which you could request. I mean, there was an application somewhere once where, and it wasn't sustained, I don't think, where the planning board asked that like whoever was going to be making deliveries or doing something use like either a subdued sound or a green, it was something, whatever. And they were like, no, you can't do that. You can't get involved with that. So the point is you can do what you can do. And at the end of the day, if you can't mitigate, then, it is what it is. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, but that's the point I'm making. Maybe these having trucks backing in and out in a residential area cannot be mitigated. And so it has a large impact. And that's the question what I'm dealing with, meaning.
Yeah, this is hard. This is a hard application. It's a constrained site, right. And you're trying to balance the rights of the people with the rights of surrounding neighbors to live peaceful, enjoyable, quiet lives.
And whether
further compounded by.
And it's also a non-conforming use, and whether we should be extending non-conforming uses or eliminating non-conforming uses or such. So, I mean, there's a lot of questions here.
But including the ZBA referral with the whole accessory use to gas stations, which go back to the 80s. Where
right now, our code, unlike most codes, allows for the extension of the non-conforming use. Most municipal places don't allow that because the idea of a non-conforming use is that it amortizes itself out over time.
Correct.
Yes, we do it to a lesser, or it's nothing that's going to be worse in terms of the use. So
50%. You can increase it by 50%.
Yeah.
And that,
if it's the same, but it's got to be the same degree of nonconformity.
That's right.
Right. So it can't be worse. It could be the same and 50% bigger, but it can't be 50% worse.
Right.
Right.
Does that make sense?
We're constrained by the code and what we actually can do.
But we can say that,
in my opinion,
voting, but we don't have to vote neg deck if we feel that the mitigation cannot alleviate our concerns. Am I correct?
Sure.
And that's always you're right. You're right is
Oh,
to
it could
make a
vote.
reasoned elaborate, you have to take a hard look. You're certainly doing that. I do know that last time we were a little bit more ready to go. You cannot use like community opposition as a means by which to substantiate the neg deck. So I would, if the applicant is amenable to putting this over, to do a little bit further, I don't know, due diligence and trying to figure out if there's any other way to mitigate. That might be a suggestion.
Is Mr. Bowman still there? I don't see him on my screen.
He is, Chuck is there.
He ran away. Sorry.
So the issue of the truck deliveries is the noise.
Yeah.
And traffic.
And the irony, Claire, is a lot of these facilities. The irony is a lot of these facilities place their own limitations. You go to half these convenience stores and they have big signs in their window, no deliveries before, because they don't want the conflict of traffic when in their busy morning rush. So if the applicant, maybe that falls into their business protocol, and we can just incorporate it into our decision making.
This was a recommendation by our traffic consultant. He said if you're going to have a delivery with a large truck, you're going to really render the pumping canopy inoperable. So I would recommend that you have deliveries off hours.
But it doesn't,
what he said.
Just means
Can I make a comment on this with the noise? It's currently a motor vehicle fueling station. There is currently being gasoline delivered to the station multiple times a week. And we are now adding, there is absolutely no landscaping between this station and the neighbor to the south. We are adding a 20-foot landscaped buffer to that area, which will kill any noise that's existing that comes right now. So, I mean, this is the mitigation, is that 20-foot landscape buffer that's being added to the site that doesn't exist now, although the noise does exist now.
But would you agree, Chuck, that there's going to be additional noise from deliveries for the convenience store?
Yeah, but those are small trucks. Convenience store truck deliveries are not large trucks. This is not a large scale operation.
The small
It's going
trucks
to
with
be a
loud
van.
beep
It's going to be a
noises.
van. It's going to be maybe a step van.
And they all have beeper noises, and all the different products have their own delivery. The potato chip truck is one delivery, the beer truck, the beverage truck is another delivery, and the candy truck is another delivery. And all these different items, these multiple 40, 50, 80 items, they all have their different delivery trucks. That's what we're concerned about.
Right. All right. I'll go back to the same comment I made a minute ago. There is no landscaping. There's no buffer between the site and the neighbor to the south at this current time. We're adding a 20-foot landscape buffer, which will virtually kill the noise. It's going to be of evergreen trees so that there will be protection in the summer and the winter.
So you are issuing a positive declaration based on noise. You want me to change language? Can
go back to the
I don't.
Well, there are some negative impacts here that we obviously can't mitigate.
You're saying noise. I don't know why you're saying traffic, because I don't think that's what the traffic experts said.
Except the traffic consultant did say that if you have deliveries happening at the same time, it's going to affect the flow by the canopies. Didn't he say that? Or
He said that.
I think that traffic, that recommendation was related to the gas delivery, which occupies that left lane totally.
Would it not be affected by the potato chip and the constant delivery?
You have additional regular parking in the back of the store where they can park their truck and deliver. I'm not making a case here, but Chuck can address that. But I don't know that comment related to a panel van delivering potato chips. As
I think George is right. It was
a gasoline truck needing that space to swing into and occupy in order to deliver gasoline to the underground tanks.
If the potato chip truck and the soda truck and the beer truck all pull in that rear area, are they able to exit around that side? There's a small lane there, I think, between the end of the building and the next property. Or if they pull into that back area, as George says, and they probably would, hopefully would, do they then have to back up and do a K turn to get out? Or can they get
No.
out of there without having to back up?
There
Which is
there
when the
a bypass-
beeping noise
There is
is.
a bypass lane where the gas pumps are.
We see the,
But if they pull into the back parking lot, they are backing up at one point,
Okay.
there's no doubt.
Right. And if
Claire,
they pull in the front part, do they have to back, you know?
No.
Peter.
hello, did something? Oh.
Sorry.
I just wanted to say that it's not only noise that we're dealing with here, but we have an environmental issue. We have no certification that the gas tanks, in-ground gas tanks have been replaced and when they were certified and when they were replaced. So it's not just only noise, but there is an environmental issue.
Well, we're gonna request, they're gonna have to produce that. We're
Yeah.
basing our secret determination based on Chuck's representation.
I don't know that we should.
Right. And that is available. When the town replaced the tanks at our fueling stations 5 years ago, 6 years ago, it is all done through the Department of Health, DEC regulations, Department of Health administers it. Yeah, those are all publicly available records, I am certain.
Yes.
Well, since Christine's gonna do some more research on ours and maybe Chuck could produce that, we could hold off on that. I don't know.
Well, I think we
Start
should.
time.
I mean, I would not be comfortable with a secret determination without that, particularly a gas station.
So it's either answer the question about the tanks, something about hours of operation.
Deliveries?
Christine offered, she said she would do a little bit of research into that.
Deliveries. Or else you would issue a positive declaration on impacts on land and groundwater
Right.
and noise.
Can I ask a question, Christine? Maybe you would know this about notice. I don't know, we've had 1 or 2 public hearings on this application.
We had a pre-submission conference on this application, and they have had a zoning board of appeals hearing on this application, which is why the planning board is acting at this point.
Yeah, no, but my question is, and I don't know if we can actually even retrieve it. How many people came to those? Because I'm looking at a letter, an attorney saying that the neighbors did not receive notification of a public hearing, which is in violation of our code.
Pre-submission conference has no notification to the neighbors, except it's in the newspaper. We have not had a formal site plan application yet.
The ZBA hearing.
Refresh my memory. You'll be selling beer at the store?
That's correct.
And excuse my ignorance on the subject, but are there any restrictions of selling beer within a certain amount of, feet of residence? There are not?
No,
If it's
there's not
your-
even, you can't even limit it with
Parking school.
schools. If it's got an SLA, I was gonna say something, but
Okay,
You don't have to research that one, Christine.
all right, thank you.
that one I know.
So there's no public notice for a pre-submission conference. We've not had a public hearing on this yet.
But the ZBA has noticed, right?
No notice to the neighbors is a form of a letter.
ZBA, right?
Yes, ZBA, yes.
It has to go through the whole noticing provisions, return receipt and the whole 9 yards, yeah. Those
Okay.
things.
So that,
The,
those documents
I believe-
should be available.
I believe the name of the neighbor is Robin Range, and it's 525 Montauk Highway. Is that correct? Is that
That's
the one
not the
you stated they
name, but
haven't
that's
received
the address.
notification?
That's the address.
525 Montauk Highway? That's it? I
That's
have the return receipt here, the green card that they received it
for the ZBA. Mhm.
from the ZBA hearing, yes. I guess this was ZBA. I don't remember which planning board or ZBA.
Well, it wouldn't be for us.
It was
'cause-
ZBA. It was.
It's ZBA, right.
I can't correct it. It was the ZBA.
Right.
But I do have the card here.
Okay, good. Well, we've been on this a long time, many times. I would suggest that we try to do some more research on this and not issue any kind of secret determination until we get some answers.
Are we at action deadline?
Yes.
Can we put it on for the 28th?
We need a consent to adjourn.
Yes.
I'm not going to be able to get a consent to extend this any longer for my client. My client is ready to go to litigation if you don't want to do this, because this has been going on. It's got to be nearly a year. And we've had at least 4 hearings on this. And each time you come up with a different question, something else you want to look at, we have provided everything you have asked for. You keep asking for more. This is getting out of hand now. I'm sorry.
Okay, Jackie, would it be possible that can we just table this for just table it? I want to just talk to Claire.
Sure.
Yeah, let's table this and we'll come back on. You can move to the next item.
We're going to
We'll
go
move
on
to
to another
Jackie, or-
application and get back to you, Chuck. So,
Thank you. I'll be here.
Thank you.
so Christine, you and Claire.
Yeah, I'm
wanna
gonna go see,
chat?
can you move to Jackie, to do her
Yeah.
stuff, or?
Yes. So Jackie.
I'm gonna go in order 9.
We're tabling that. We're going to do number 9 is Rhoda.
Yes, actually, I've been working diligently with Christine and the applicant's attorney, so we're trying to come to a solution. So they have asked for a extension of the deadline until May 12th.
Okay, motion? Motion by Dennis, second by Gloria, and all in favor. Opposed, exceptions, extension, 7 in favor to May 12.
Yep. The next one is Radziwill. So this I took over from Matt, and there was one design change that I was asking for based upon the plan. So the applicant's going to work with the surveyor, and hopefully we can get back to you guys. But they have consented to an extension until May 26, 2022.
Give me that date again, sorry.
May 26, 2022.
Okay.
The second meeting in May.
Motion for the extension by George, second by Dennis, all in favor.
Aye.
Aye, 7 in favor.
No, wait, Glorian is not there. Watch
Oh,
your phone, please.
She
6
was
in
right in
favor. 6 in favor, Glorian left.
In favor, Glorian's not there.
Yes,
Okay.
just be careful. Thank you.
Okay, you have this number 11, 48 Woodland Road, a site disturbance.
Yeah, so this is a discussion. This is a brand new site disturbance. I will share the screen, but Charles, could you please let in Lisa Poyer for
She's
the
coming.
applicant? Thank you. Yeah. Can everyone see that? It was a little delayed on my screen. Okay. All right. So this is the property, and I'll go through the basics, but this is the property. I took photos of the site in early March. You can see here is the house. There's additional clearing. One of the things that got misconstrued with the building department is that when they were interpreting this, they looked at the driveway as it was part of the flag. So that was actually, when you see the survey, you can see why it was possibly misinterpreted. So this now has a, yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I do have confirmation from the building department in the way of official interpretation that they are exempting the driveway on this property. And I can share that information with you later on. Sorry to butt in there.
Okay. All right, great. Yeah. Thanks, Lisa. And then there was also confusion because I think and Lisa might be able to speak more to that. There was, during the initial construction of the house, there was also a tennis court proposed, which was in this northern area. Essentially, this acts as the front yard. But at that time, the applicants did not proceed with the tennis court, and then it was found that the property was overcleared. So if you can see here, you can see why it might have been misconstrued as a flag lot. It kind of appears like it is, even though this is a separate right of way from Woodland Farm Road. This is off of Montauk Highway, the western section to the west of Roses Grove Road. So they are here before you now to utilize development right, Town of Southampton development right credits to have additional clearing for this tennis court in the south, which you can see is zoomed in here. I have also, Lisa, I don't know. This is the corrected one. So they're the same image, but I had asked Lisa to update the clearing restrictions based upon this. There was a little bit additional over clearing that was had to be accounted for in the calculation. So I think this is the one that was updated. But then you'll see here, so this is me just walking around the property. You can see that most of this is wooded. This is some of the landscaped areas. I was just taking pictures as I was walking around. This acts as the driveway, and this is the front of the house. So this was where the previous tennis court was supposed to be. But this is a retaining wall here, which is shown on the plan. So just so you can orientate yourselves, this is this retaining wall here. And they're proposing, so this actually is a lower grade here. So the topo drops off. This is retaining walls. So as I'm walking around, you can see that this is the rear of the property. And then right here, this is as we're approaching the new tennis court would be in this vicinity. So there's a topography drop off right here, which I was trying to show you because it kind of slopes down to the south. But they're proposing a new walkway to come off the pool, which would kind of, I think, go like this way. And then it would come to this part here, and then with stairs down to the tennis court, which would be like in this vicinity here.
Jackie, is this to the left of the first little sort of cul-de-sac before they continue that road?
This is, yeah. So before you get to the very end of Middle Line Highway cul-de-sac, this is the road that goes to the south.
Yeah, I know. I've walked that many times because that's around the corner for me.
Yeah, so see here, Glorian. So here's Rose's Grove.
Yeah.
Here's Middle Line. And then before you get to the dead end, which is approximately here, it's right here. But then you're going along the Trustee Road and then up this way.
Okay, that's exactly what I thought. Okay.
Yep, you're in the right area.
Okay.
So Lisa is here on behalf of her clients to ask for the clearing in this vicinity. I asked them to do an analysis to show that they cannot preserve any property next door or basically buy any vacant property next door to make them bigger, to make them conform. So here they're showing that the adjacent properties that are preserved are in green and the majority of the area is developed directly around the site. So then they provided me also with development rate possibilities they could utilize. So this is the analysis that they provided in their letter. We don't have to get into all those addresses, but then I did tell them that you guys always like to see where the possible development rights are coming from to show that they're in the same general area. So this is a subject property and they're giving the distances to all the possible development rights certificate properties that would be preserved to achieve the tennis court.
And so, this is in the Southampton School District.
This is, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're just looking at clearing at this point.
Yeah, just clearing. This wouldn't be like old file map. So you can approve from outside the school district, but I believe the ones that they're proposing actually happen to be in the Southampton School District. So I'll just go back to the aerial just so you guys can see what we're talking about. So essentially, this is where the topo change happens towards the back. This is where they're proposing it. Lisa is here to basically talk about the rationale for the tennis court. This is the first time you're seeing this, so I just wanted to get a feel for the planning board, see if there's any, obviously this was cleared, but I understand with the flow of the property, with that not being built and this the driveway, this really acts as the front of the house. So like most residences, they are hoping to get the pool and then a walkway down to the tennis court here. But I'll let Lisa, I'll open it up to you, Lisa.
Yeah, Jackie, that retaining wall on the front side, why is that there and why is that not is cleared?
Well, essentially, this is the size for the previous tennis court, and they're utilizing it as lawn space now. It's not a major retaining wall, but it probably was to stabilize the tennis court area and make it at a stable, flat grade. It does slope gently to the south.
Well, why don't they just re-veg that?
That was one of my suggestions. I'll try to get back to that picture of the front. Sorry, my computer's being a little delayed. So here, Glorian, this is it. See that area here? That's that front rectangular clearing in the front. But let's let Lisa speak to the application, and then maybe we can come to a middle ground on this.
Good afternoon, Lisa Poyer with Twin Forks Permits on behalf of the applicant. So the original approval for the residents included a swimming pool and a tennis court, and the original approved plan survey showed the actual tennis court in the rear of the residence in the area where we're proposing it. When the house was constructed, the contractors at the time, for some reason, decided not to construct the tennis court in the rear. and instead to clear the area in front to create a lawn panel. And therefore, it did meet at that time what was perceived as the clearing requirements of 15% for the property. The house was sold to a couple owners. The last owner was able to secure a new building permit to construct a tennis court in the rear of the property. And part of that was to revegetate the lawn area that was cleared, and it's behind retaining walls. I can show you some other photographs if you would like, but it is at the rear of the area, about a 5-foot tall retaining wall at the back portion, and then it tapers to something lower just because of the slope and the topography of the property. So the current owner is looking to transfer clearing rights to the property. He will pay for them. They're within the, east of the canal, Southampton district. They're within approximately 2 miles and less of the subject property. And he would like to be able to construct a new tennis court in the rear of the property. Since the initial submission to the planning board right now, we have secured an interpretation from Sean, the chief building inspector, where he is going to exclude the clearing area of the driveway that is currently on the property right now, and that is about 3,400 square feet. So with that exclusion, that means that the property is now not over cleared. We have existing clearing of 31,500 square feet. We're allowed 33,393 square feet. With the proposed clearing for the tennis court, we're asking now for an additional 6,537 square feet, of which we would purchase credits and transfer to this property.
Lisa, can you repeat that number again, just so I have it?
Sure. That's a new survey. I had meant to submit it to you. That's what was emailed to you on Friday, just too late for the Zoom information here. It's 6,537 square feet.
Okay.
And Jackie, I can submit to you that as well as the letter from Chief Building Inspector as his official interpretation. And he determined that based upon the fact that this is a landlocked parcel, it does act in spirit as a flag lot, whereas it's taken off of Woodland Road to the Trustee Road to another easement across another adjoining lot, and then finally onto this property.
Okay.
And this is, so do you have any other questions, board? We've looked to do, the transfer of rights from nearby properties. I've been working with, Joe Gaza's daughter on trying to get, to use the allowable clearing density from nearby areas.
So some of my suggestions were to, even though they have the tennis court shape in the north here, was if they could possibly revegetate a portion of this to make it not as over cleared. Another option was also to possibly move the tennis court a little bit closer, but there is a grade change here between this retaining wall and sloping to the south here. And Lisa, I don't know, is this the smallest size tennis court that is proposed? Because I know there's a different range.
We can take a look at some other options. I was just trying to see what the board's comments were with regards to the requirement for, other revegetation, or what was, if they'd allow the clearing rights to be transferred.
I mean, it would be better if you could get the property up to speed, and maybe Jackie's suggestion of moving things a bit here and there could get you your 6,537 feet. It'd be better to keep it on the property, is what we always try and do. Because you're in an APOD, you're in an Aquifer Protection Overlay District.
Right, and we would be transferring other clearing rights from similar overlay district as well, and other, in the vicinity.
I think what the chair was recommending is that before we transfer, to see what we can do to cure on the property. And
Yeah.
has all the alternatives for curing on the property been looked at? I think that's what the chair is.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I mean, the whole idea of the larger properties having lower clearing percentages is to keep more of the natural vegetation intact in one place rather than little postage stamps elsewhere.
Yes. Okay.
That's
always
what I thought, okay?
Yeah, it's always a
sorry?
benefit to keep mature trees is what we always strive for rather than revegetation. I'll work with Lisa. We just wanted to put this before you so you guys understood because there was some history where the permits were issued with tennis
Okay,
courts
we
previously.
understand, Jackie, okay? So no action right now.
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jackie, do you have Horsemill Lane, the deer fence?
I do actually. Claire asked if I could do the 1,000 Noyak Path, which is Vincent
sure.
Cierno.
That's your veg. Mhm.
Yeah, so this is the one with Joseph Gaza, 1,000 Noyak Road. Just let me get the materials up on my computer.
We've lost our clearing restrictions, Matt.
We have lost Matt, but we all work on clearing restrictions. I'm the one who diligently trained him the first go around. So.
Well, thank you. I didn't know that.
Yes, I did. But he became the guru. So this is the 1,000 Noyak Path. So you guys had a productive work session with Mr. Gaza regarding the historic sand mining operation here. So you can see here, and there is some extreme topo areas. So he had problems, and this is the historic aerial. So with meeting the code, Mr. Gaza had problems utilizing the pre-existing clearing because most of it occurs in the front yard. So what I will show you now is the revegetation plan that Claire and I work closely with them and also their representative from Martyrs to get a clearing plan that we are comfortable with, and we just wanted to make sure the board was comfortable with it as well. But you did say that you wanted to see significant trees. So what we did here and we thought was reasonable and based upon availability is we did ask for, an increase in trees. So this has been revised to provide a lot of overstory trees in the revegetation area. So this white will be the new clearing area to accommodate the house and pool and driveway. And then I work closely with Blair, Gaza, and Joe regarding the density and species. So we have a good plan now here, but with half of the oaks, we asked the normal minimum caliper is 2.5 to 3.5 inches. We asked for 50% of the oak trees to be at 4.5 caliper. So that is a larger caliper tree, which guarantees a higher survival rate. And that was something the planning board asked for at the previous work session. So if you guys are,
looks like a good plan, Jackie.
yeah, if you guys are okay with that, yeah, we got a mixture of pitch pines, white, black oaks. It's a good plan, blueberry, bayberry. We did ask for one alternative, but they don't have it in stock. So we're going to proceed with this plan and we're both comfortable. So if you guys are okay with that, we can make a motion on approving this plan.
Okay.
Motion.
Any comments? Motion by Gloria, second by Dennis. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, 7 in favor. Everybody's here? Yeah.
Yeah, we're all,
Okay.
I had to do a restroom break before.
Okay. Horsemill, Jackie, you're doing Horsemill Lane, number 13?
Yeah, and I apologize. That was an old, this is a property owned by the same farmer as Horsemill Lane, but it's actually 433 Meacock, so I'll show it to you. It was all the correct attachments, but it was a carryover because I was using similar information from the neighboring ag parcel. So let me show you those maps. Let's see here. This is it. So this would be a wetland permit and ag fence approval hybrid. I just wanted to show this to you because it's interesting where it's being farmed partially here. And then you have the barn in the back with like kind of a driveway that wraps around.
Jackie, you're not seeing anything except.
Oh, I didn't share. I'm sorry. I brought it up on my computer, so I'm looking at it, but you aren't.
Oh, we're looking at you.
Sorry. Sorry, I wanted to bring it up. Okay, so here you go. So this is the aerial. And they are farming it as a combination of farming access driveway. This is on the corner of Mecox Road. And then you've got the existing potato barn here. So, you know, the trucks do kind of navigate around this way, but mainly they're accessing the site here and from the driveway here. So I did a little sketch, which is showing where I'm recommending the fence. They're proposing a cattle grate here, so there'll actually be no gate. And then this yellow is the approximate line of the ag fencing, which will then come in and meet with this cement wall here, this cement wall here, and then follow the property boundary around the corner. It's not exact because the aerial. I did ask the owner to at least show the fence when I was looking at it on paper. And before I got a chance to analyze this with the Environment Division, I did ask for them to show the fence right here along the required buffer. But after reviewing it, I really want that fence to hug the native vegetation because they're not farming here. So there's no need to put a fence in the middle of this native vegetation. And that way we can, there's wetlands just over here. This property is improved, but there's a little creek right here. So that way we can also provide a wildlife habitat corridor and also, you know, not have a fence as close to the wetlands. So I have prepared a resolution similar to one we did in the past, which had, you know, wetland implications as well as ag. So I have a resolution prepared. It has all the standard information for wetland permit requirements. And then the only special condition for the wetland permit is that there would be no treated wood fence posts within the 200-foot wetland boundary. So that way we don't have treated posts into the ground where there might be groundwater, you know, high groundwater in that area. And then otherwise it is the standard conditions for agricultural fencing, which is no vegetative screening, keep it clean, upon discontinuance of the ag use that they remove the deer fence, and the maximum height is 8 feet and they must get a building permit. So if you're okay with that,
Okay.
we can make
Any
a motion.
questions? Motion to approve by Craig, second by Dennis, all in favor.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, 7 in favor. Jackie, number 17, Jane Frith.
Yeah, Jane Frith. So if you could please, if they're still here, then they're troopers. But if you could please let in Kieran Murphy and James Walker from Inner Science. And in the meantime, I will get the appropriate attachment.
coming.
Thank you.
Oh,
Hi, Jim.
you can hear me?
We can hear you. All right, and then let me share the screen. All right, so this is the subdivision. This is a very good plan, but it's just been a while since you guys saw this. We adopted the pre-application report in, let's see, I think it was in 19. Yeah, February 28th. 2019.
Yes.
Yep. So what happened, and we did do the standard 1-year extension, but then when Kieran was starting to prepare for the preliminary application, I told her this is an area where we do have presence of tiger salamanders. So I said, you know, before we start the preliminary application, which involves all secra, we really need to know how the tiger salamanders impact the configuration of the subdivision. So this is the newest map that has been vetted by the New York State DEC and shows the 535-foot setback for wetlands habitat for the upland area for tiger salamanders, and has shown the increased buffers that we had also. It's basically in line with what we recommended because of the presence of these ponds and wetlands. You can see all of this is wetlands, and then we have these ponds here. So Jim Walker, I wanted him to talk to you guys briefly about what he's been doing with the New York State DEC, because that's really paramount to how we came up with the design. But this is generally in keeping a slight shift to the affordable housing. But as you guys may recall, this is a benefit where they're exceeding the affordable housing requirement. So these 4 lots right here are affordable. This would be 2 market rates, and then these are supporting the existing residential structures in this location. CPF in December, I think it was, of 2019, they offered their support that they are going to purchase these 2 lots. So essentially this flag lot and common driveway that I was previously concerned with because of the presence of wetlands right here is actually never going to be built. So this will add to the preservation of the 50% open space.
Right.
Um,
So the whole back will be essentially
This
preserved.
whole back, yeah, this whole back
Mhm.
here will all be preserved. And if you
Right.
guys are familiar, Skellinger Hunting Preserve, this is an ag reserve over here. We did not want these lots back here because we didn't want the conflict with any of the hunting operations that is currently on this ag reserve.
He just shut it down.
No more
Dick.
hunting.
He shut it down.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Closed it.
Yeah,
Well, because of the bird, the avian flu.
Yeah,
Oh.
the DE, I guess the feds came in and killed all the birds.
They were just telling me about the flu that he had to,
Yeah.
I didn't know he had stopped completely though.
He decided that he's too old to start over.
So he
That's,
shut the
I
business
read
down.
that's what the press said, so.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I was aware that the birds had gotten an illness, but I didn't know it had shut down completely. But if you guys would just let Jim summarize, you know, he worked really hard with the DEC, so I wanted you guys to be aware of his achievements. And then basically we want to reauthorize the pre-application report, make sure you guys are okay with this concept plan so that they can finally bring the preliminary application back. I think this is a valuable plan, and you know, they have made many of the modifications we asked for in the pre-app report. It's just been a while that they've been working with the DEC.
Okay. Jim, are you there?
I wanted to say you collectively have a lot of patience. This board, I've been sitting here doing other projects and watching you guys debate all the stuff that you have to do, and I feel badly for you. In any case, we went to the DEC early spring last year, and we finished on February of this year. It took a long time. The person who did the review at New York State DEC is Kevin Jennings. He's formerly with the Freshwater Wetlands Technical Unit, and now he's the head of the Endangered Species Unit. Fortunately, I know him pretty well, and I knew exactly what he would expect in terms of production. So we took the map that was being reviewed by the town. We went to the state and we amended things piece by piece and got reviewed at each juncture, and then continually modified the plan, and now we are done. The last email from Kevin Jennings says we should take this draft drawing to the surveyor and finish the process. The important things for the town planning board to be aware of is Jane Frith has to plant back the conservation buffers where they're cleared. They're not all cleared, but where the wetlands buffers are cleared on lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, she has to plant back those areas to shrubs and trees. And probably she should plant reclamation mix, which is a native grass mix used in subdivisions and sensitive areas for ground cover. All these things are important to Jane Frith, but they're also important to the planning board because this person inherited the property and is not going to be able to do this project unless the CPF goes through and buys the 2 lots in the back. Now, why is that important to the planning board to acknowledge? Because we need to finish this project and get it to the CPF so that she can afford to do the planting that she's going to do. Other unusual things with conservation buffers are at DEC, when they do a tiger salamander job, they want a post and rail fence to mark the upland edge of the conservation buffer. So you should expect that when the subdivision comes in, it's going to show a post and rail fence at the edge of that buffer. And then everything uphill of those areas is going to have to be planted. It's going to cost a fair amount of money to do those things. She needs to get the subdivision approval, get the CPF funding in place, and then pay for the work that she needs to do. These are hard pills to swallow, but it is what the tiger salamander regulations and the New York State DEC endangered species policy requires. So those are the things that you need to know. The other things that you need to know as a planning board that is unusual. Not really the same as other projects that you do, is the DEC is going to want to review the legal documents that Karen comes up with. So the legal documents are going to go to planning board attorney and they're going to go to DEC attorney. And I will help with that, but those are the bulk of the subtle differences. The other things that planning board needs to know is CPF. We shifted the access driveway towards the Tiger Salamanders because that area is not going to be cleared. The other thing that the planning board needs to know is we shifted the affordable housing lots to be 535 feet away from the Tiger Salamander ponds so that we comply with the Endangered Species Act. Those are subtle differences, but as we explained to Jackie when we went to see her recently, those affordable housing lots now are in a different spot. They're not exactly where they were before, and the access to the CPF lots are slightly different. But in practical terms, what it amounts to is there's going to be housing along the unencumbered portions of the property, and the wildlife habitat in the back is going to be 100% protected and intact and contiguous, and all the things the DEC wants for Tiger Salamander preservation. I think that is it. Karen, you can correct me if I missed anything, but realistically, what we would like to do is Karen can take this drawing now to the surveyor, get the surveyor to put it on his formal subdivision map. It needs to go to the county, it needs to go back to the state. And if the planning board can try to move the project along while Jane Frith still has the ability to process this subdivision, it would be very helpful. I think that's the bulk of what I had to say.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, and I'd just like to say that Jim did incredible work. We had a great meeting with Jacqueline last week, and we have a plan to go forward. And hopefully we'll be back shortly with a revised subdivision map so we can start the preliminary approval process for planning.
Yep, so I just wanted to show you guys the changes. It's been a while, but show that they've been doing their due diligence with the DEC. So right now we're gonna act on an extension, a waiver of your policy and reauthorization of the pre-app report from 2019. And that would give them until next February to submit the preliminary, but I believe it will be coming to us before then once they get the survey ready.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Really terrific work.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
So any questions? Can I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion by Gloria, second by Robin, all in favor.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, 7 in favor. Thank you. Thanks so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Bye.
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 Okay, Jackie, you have Blessing Fields.
Yes, Blessing Fields. This is just in a 6-month or 180-day extension of the pre-submission report. But I did just speak with the applicant's representative today because they are going to the ZBA for relief, side yard setback, as well as volume. We requested lead agency status. The ZBA relinquished to us at their last meeting, but I am informed that they are working on revised plans so that the amount of pyramid law they are requesting is not as severe. We had made some recommendations to them regarding that. So this resolution, I'm also going to augment it and change it so that we can acknowledge a secret deadline timeline extension as well until May 12th. So I have the resolution here, but because of the secret deadline and the revisions, they're going to extend that to May 12th. So we'll bring this back to you with the revised plans and then we'll start the secret process.
So you don't want an extension on this, or you do?
No, I do. We're gonna extend
May
the
12th?
pre-submission report and the secret deadline.
That's May 12th?
May
Yeah,
12th.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Motion.
Motion? I have a motion by Gloria and second by Robin. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, 7 in favor.
Great.
We have an acknowledgement of a signature.
It will happen after this meeting.
Yeah, we can do that tonight. I'm gonna bring them to Glorian once this meeting is over.
Okay. Now can we get back Christine and Claire?
I am here. I was trying to get in touch with the applicant's attorney And Mr. Southern said that he was going to try and get in touch with me as well, but we haven't connected yet. I don't know if Claire is still on.
Yes, she is.
I see Claire is there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Is Chuck still on?
He's here but muted and no video.
Okay, I'm back.
So
Claire, I just sent you the certification from the station for the gasoline facilities from Suffolk County Department of Public Works. I just sent it to you as a JPEG. You should have it now.
okay.
Posted on the wall of the station, and it has to be there by law for them to operate.
That's the operational permit, right?
For the gasoline station, correct?
Okay. So it's valid until June 30th, 2022.
Right, and then it gets renewed.
Okay. That is not the certification for the change out for the tanks though, right?
There is no contemplated change out of the tanks. That's for the tanks that are existing. They are licensed, they are legal now.
So they weren't updated. So it wasn't a process of updating. You took.
Not that I know of, no. These are current tanks in the ground that are licensed that are permitted by the Suffolk County Department of Public Health.
Okay, I'm just going back to verbiage. There was a representation that at the time of 5 years ago, whatever it was, tanks were changed out and updated. So that.
No, that's not true. That's not true. What
Okay.
I stated was the fact that when my client purchased the station, the tanks were in the ground at that time.
What is the updating?
I don't know when they were updated. That information I don't have. All I know is the fact that they are legal to operate now at this time, as stipulated by this permit.
How
So,
does the addition of a convenience store affect the gasoline pumps?
None whatsoever. Tanks, I'm sorry, let me explain that. The pumping facilities will be relocated. The pumping island is a different place. It runs parallel to Montauk Highway. These gas pumps will be relocated to the new area where they're going to be. That will have to be approved by Suffolk County Department of Health also.
oh, well, that's new information, isn't it? I don't think we knew that, Chuck.
Okay, I mean.
That you're
it was-
relocating the gas
I'm
tank.
sorry, my mistake, but it's kind of obvious that if they're in one place now and they've got to be moved to a new place because we moved the pump island, I thought that was kind of obvious. My mistake, I apologize.
So Christine, Claire, did any
I've been
further-
able to speak to the attorney.
Right.
Been able to get in touch with each other.
So where we stand now is that we can take a vote on this document, which is prepared as a neg deck and not a conditional neg deck. And or not approve it or pos deck it. So
But if
Dennis,
if
go
we
ahead.
adopt a neg deck and we have new information, we can rescind that neg deck.
That's tricky.
Why is it tricky?
I mean, why would we, but then it's a conditional neg deck.
No, Claire,
Could
if
be
the new-
conditioned on new information on.
if we base our neg deck on the EAF and new information surfaces, do we have the ability to rescind our negative declaration?
Yes, I'm going to answer that. There's got to be a process. I mean, it has to have happened. So I'm certain there's a process for a rescission. I'm looking through this right now.
Christine, you're going to get into an issue of substantial change. Is the new information within our purview? Is it a substantial change? You're opening up a whole probably 10 pages of case law on the ability to change a neg deck to a pos deck, or, so I think that, making this conditional or hoping that if we get new information or counting on that is begging for a problem. I mean,
I agree.
it's because then there's a whole thing of reasonableness, whether you had the information, was it was under your purview, was it substantial, is it a substantial piece of new information? You're getting into a whole area. I'd like to go back to the form, because the form says that there was an updating of the tanks, so that has to be changed.
Right, because now the tanks are being moved.
Well, no, they were not updated.
No, the tanks are not being moved. Only the pumps are. Let me ask you, what other additional information that you don't have in front of you do you want?
We're asking for information on the gas tanks, certification that they are up to the DEC standards. We need
I'm
that.
sorry. I just forwarded that information to Claire. She has that in her hand.
Share my screen if you want to see it. I think. Hold on a second. Yeah, no, it's fine. Can you see that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry it's turned around. This time I don't know how to turn it around. It's is a valid certificate for the operation of the toxic or hazardous material storage facility for this property, valid for this site and valid until June.
Valid until June.
Do we know how often that has to be recertified?
All I know is that the issuance date was July 1st, 2019, and it expires June 30th, 2022. So I assume 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Can we go back to the form, and it says, and so we can make it consistent with what we're talking about? Not this, the EIF.
The secret.
Secret form.
Yep.
Okay.
So this is where we were at the part 3.
Yeah. Right.
Where
is the oil tank?
So the existing fuel tanks have valid health.
Have been updated.
Instead of being updated, which is information that someone told me, it will say that the existing fuel tanks have current certification from the health department.
Until June 2022.
Yes.
So they were not changed 5 years ago when the new owner bought it. Is that correct?
We don't know when they were changed.
Yep.
They were changed. They were changed at some point recently, because that's the only reason they would get that certificate. We have nothing in the record to tell us that, though.
Right. That exactly.
But at the same time, we're not. We're evaluating the impacts of a repair facility converting to convenience store use. How does that affect the integrity of the pumps under the ground?
So you're telling me that if there is a problem with the existing tanks, we don't have a responsibility when we have a proposal before us that includes the gas station? We have no responsibility to make sure that that gas station is operating to code.
It is operating to code. We have a certification from the appropriate regulatory authority, that the authority that regulates that, telling us such. Until June.
I'm just reading what I have in front of me. The
Right, till June. Till June.
I'm asking when. I'm asking how they were updated. And I'm asking.
It doesn't say it was updated.
The report I'm signing off on.
It doesn't say it was updated. It does not say it was updated.
Going to say something different now.
Yes, I think Claire's suggesting she change that word from updated to have a current certificate to operate. Health department tanks are some of the most regulated vehicles I've ever seen in my life. I deal with them all the time. You know, when they have to move those tanks, if there's anything wrong with those tanks, I mean, the level of the work that gasoline owners need to do to maintain that certification, everything from monitoring constantly to reconciliation reports to ensure there's no gas, you know, missing from the tank is really a huge amount of work.
George, do you know if it's every 3 years?
Every 3 years, a certificate to operate has to be reissued. However, I don't know the exact date. Dennis alluded to that. It's well over 10 years ago. There was a requirement that all underground tanks had to be changed out to be double-walled fiberglass tanks with proper protection to avoid gasoline, which used to be single-walled steel tanks at some point, so that gasoline, is not leaking into the ground and into the groundwater. And in fact, you've probably seen over the last 5 to 10 years, a number of gasoline stations shut down and they dug up the tanks and put in new tanks. Where I live in Southampton, you see the Valero station did that. And I think that you also see some where it was so cost prohibitive that some gasoline stations never did it. The one in Riverside by the traffic circle. The one opposite the Valero in West Hampton Beach never reopened as gas stations. Maybe because it was the cost of replacing the tanks. I'm not sure what the reasoning was, but I don't think, but maybe Chuck can advise us to that, is I don't think that there's many, if any, gas stations still operating, without having the newer tanks in place.
I don't think there are any, George. I mean, I don't know the exact cutoff date.
I'm hedging my words here, Dennis. I'm pretty sure.
No, I agree, but I don't know the cutoff date, but I know it was years prior. There was a flurry of activity back in the late 90s, early aughts, where they were digging up and as you're right, they abandoned some gas stations, closed.
And these tanks are, in my experience with tanks we have at work, we monitor these. We have also some systems to monitor, for leaking, take readings, that so that you ensure the idea is to ensure that leaks are caught early, and to avoid anything going into the ground, which happened, obviously decades and decades ago, before people became aware of what's happening there. Operating procedures for tanks talk about either spills, they have to be reported to the DEC, so there's a whole plethora of regulatory requirements from the DEC and the health department that the town doesn't really even, have any control over. But Chuck, how difficult would it be to get something from the health department as to when those tanks were converted out?
I think that's what we were asking for.
How does that affect our secret determination?
Environmental.
Yeah. And?
I don't know.
Can I make a point here?
Sure.
We're not discussing whether this is going to become a gas station. It is a gas station. It's a CO'd, fully functioning gas station, permitted by Suffolk County Department of Health. The tanks have been certified by them. We're not changing anything to do with the gas tanks. They're existing, they're current. We're not talking about that. We're changing the site from a vehicle repair station to a convenience store. Nothing to do with gasoline facilities.
Do you want to continue with the secret document? I will change that language for the current certification. We reviewed all this. We were up to transportation. The concerns with the delivery and the concerns with the noise related to trucks and the noise related to the vacuums. Significance or moderate, small to moderate?
What, the transportation clear?
Yes.
Well, it's small to moderate. They've undertaken, we have the transportation study and we have mitigation measures, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
With regard to the noise, I know that
On the mitigation on that, did we resolve the issue of, because that brings us back again to the issue of deliveries and how the deliveries coming at the same time would affect traffic, and that also has to do with noise. But I think it also has to do in that area because it is a constrained site. So if you get deliveries, a lot of deliveries at the same time, all right, it can also affect traffic. That's my belief. I could be wrong.
Is your client willing, offering to address, to limit delivery times?
Yeah.
Mr. Bowman?
It can be discussed. I'm not sure what the schedule is right now, but he, like I said, he's got a couple other stations and they are all, most of them are small, and they are combinations of gasoline pumping facilities and convenience stores. Some of them, the sites are even smaller, more constrained. So I'm sure he knows how to deal with traffic and the delivery systems.
It's also going to be awfully difficult to enforce.
Right, so that means that the impact, I have an objection, and I won't repeat myself, in the defining of that from small to moderate. I don't believe it's small to moderate impact.
Right. And so as what you said before, we can't mitigate it then. That's the issue, you know?
I agree.
There's no authority to mitigate it. So it's, Chuck, you're not going to give us any kind of an extension here, right, for 2 weeks?
No, you're talking about mitigation. I've already told you, and it's stated here, is that there's a 20-foot landscape buffer against the residential property that it borders on. There's, other than that, that's your code, and we're providing that for you. So that's going to mitigate even the existing noise that's on the site now.
And you're
We're
going
talking
to
about
keep.
transportation. Sorry.
Okay.
With regard to
as far as the transportation issues, we've had 2 traffic studies. We've had 2 consultants, one that we retained, and the other one that you required us to retain, and they both conceded to both in the same thing, is that there is no problem with this site.
with regard to the noise from the vacuum, Chuck, are you willing to eliminate the vacuum in the air compressor?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So I'm hearing a majority of the board has a large impact with noise related to traffic, the trucks, deliveries, and oil.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, how do we, I'm still not sure how you define large, small and moderate based on noise, right? We're all assuming that, truck, everything's going to arrive at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. We don't know what the operating hours of the facility is going to be. If the gas station is closed at night, which I know some gas stations do at 11 o'clock at night, a van's going to show up at 3 o'clock in the morning, delivering product.
Okay, hold on. Let me get you in then. All right, we're being heard right now. Hold on. Excuse me, can I interrupt for a moment, Claire?
Sure.
John Pedenti, the attorney John Pedenti is on line right now. Can you let him in?
Yes, Charles, can you let John Scott Prudente in?
He's coming in.
Thank you.
care. Unless you want to, you don't have to stay. Don't feel compelled.
He was here. What happened,
Must be having some trouble.
Charles? Maybe he went out to come back in again. He's not here yet, Chuck.
Okay. He
We're
was.
waiting.
He's around.
Is the concern with the delivery times that it not be within noise hours? Like if it was between 7 and 9 p.m.? Does that solve the problem?
The hours goes to the whole concept of a convenience store, which was not there before, and now it's there. And though we have tried in a variety of ways to limit the impact of a convenience store by reducing the size of it, it's still an additional use.
And going back to what Christine said earlier, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, we don't really have the power to enforce or mandate such things.
Correct.
Right? It's all subject to challenge.
Correct.
Yep.
Right. So our only tool is seeker, where you can pos deck, neg deck, conditional neg deck. Now I go back to conditional neg deck while we're waiting for Mr. Prudente to come in. Claire, in a conditional neg deck, can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Sure. The planning board, like they've done in the past, have determined that the only, like for instance, in Riverside at the industrial park, you had stated it a couple of times that they had come in with a prefab building, metal with no features on it, and you conditioned neg deck, and the applicant understood that you'd want some features on the building that makes it more residential or more barn-like or something to that effect. So you had some conditions, and that gave the applicant some guidance on how to change it, but it also bound them that they had to make some changes. They couldn't just put up a prefab building and call it a day. So yes, if there's something you want, identified issue, you want as mitigation, you could have it as a condition.
Okay, you're back waiting again. Okay, I'll get another chance.
That's a little bit different here. I mean, what additional mitigation effects can you do for a beeping truck at whatever time they come in?
Could you try to let John in again? He's got some comments on this topic.
I don't see him yet.
He's not in yet.
Does he have the link or is he just phoning it in? Chuck, do you know?
No, he
must have the link because he was in before.
Claire, this is an unlisted action.
This is an unlisted action.
I mean, I just don't know how we can mitigate the noise. You know, the applicant is putting in some evergreens, so that's good. But we don't know if that's actually going to help with the noise.
I mean, there is a reality that not every concern can be mitigated. I mean, that is a reality too. And that is.
Okay, he's coming in.
He needs to mute.
Yeah, this is kind of where he got to.
There you are. Yes.
For a moment, John, we're talking about the issue of noise being generated by backup beepers on delivery vehicles for the convenience store.
I was actually watching your meeting. I was trying to join, but anyway, I was able to watch the discussion. First of all,
Excuse me, John, can you identify yourself for the record?
oh, I'm sorry. Yes, John Scott Prudenti, attorney for the applicant, law offices of John Scott Prudenti, 220 Main Street, Santa Mauritius, New York. Good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon.
First off, with respect to the delivery times, I can attest both as to having, my family has a very large station, and my client also has a very small station next door to my office. I can state that the delivery times dealing with small stations, more oftentimes than not, are at night because the drivers do not want to deal with being able to maneuver around a vehicle. They can drop 3 times more fuel at night than they can in the daytime, unless that they're wide open stations, and that's how pretty much they deliver it. The station that my office is next door to here gets most of their fuel deliveries after 10 o'clock at night. That is something that I would be willing to enter in to some type of stipulation or make that representation, and make that representation as concrete as I could.
Are your stations 24 hours operation?
The one that is next door closes at 1 o'clock, but the majority of that between 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock is basically to accommodate the fuel deliveries and stuff. There's an attendant at this station till 10 o'clock. The Shirley station is a 7/24 station with attendants, but it's a large station.
Do they have convenience stores also?
Yes, they do.
And the timing on the convenience stores?
The timing on the convenience store, the Shirley station, which is my own, is 24 hours. The timing next door, which is my client's, is, I believe, open till 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock again, but the attendant is there with the fuel. The pumps are never left unattended. There is always an attendant dispensing the fuel. That's my client. My client has 6 stations. That's how he operates 6 stations. And he finds that it's worth the expense because he can dispense a lot more fuel and he's moving a lot more people in and out of the stations.
Given the proximity of this station to the residences, would 11 p.m. Termination of the convenience store be reasonable? Is it something you can offer on behalf of your client?
I would certainly discuss it with him, and I don't think it's I don't think it's unreasonable. The convenience is actually for the community, I could say that one of my conference rooms looks out to the front of the gas station that's next door, and I coming and going, till 10, 11 o'clock at night, easy, grabbing a quart of milk, whatever.
John, I think the concern is more so delivery truck. What time do delivery trucks come to stock things at the convenience store? And the noise from those vehicles potentially having to back up. Most delivery trucks have a beeping, a beeping system, which if they come late at night could be distracting to the neighbors, which is right across the fence.
This is where we're located now is a residential. We're on Main Street, but they're residential houses that come right up alongside both sides of these streets or whatever. We don't really have ever had an issue with a lot of trucks or things like that. I'm an ear witness to it. I'm an eyewitness to it. I mean, we're doing closings literally 10 feet away from.
You're talking about 2 different types of neighborhoods. The street sizes are not comparable, John. I know where your office is. Your street and Walker Street, the side street and Walker are not comparable. And Montauk at that, on that area and your office.
But you go 100 feet to the other side of me, you have North Ocean Avenue and you have the Catholic Church where we have a tremendous amount of traffic.
I'm talking about Walker, the street next to you. You're making a representation and it's not oranges and oranges or apples and apples.
Well, to one street, again, to the stations, for the record, we're talking about the station in Center Rich, is that when I used as an example, the one street being over is North Ocean Avenue, which is a very large street, which I believe is similar to Walker. But the street further to the west, where you're saying is adjacent to the little station next to my office, I agree with you. That is a smaller street than Walker. But again, we don't really have we're not really having issues with delivery trucks. They're very small. They're small stores. But I could work with the owner to come up with some of the concerns or to corral some of the concerns.
To me, at 11 p.m. closing time for the store keeps it more as a community resource as opposed to one of these 24-hour in and out, saying nothing good happens after 12 midnight. And that's very much the case here. There's a lot of concern with these residents. This is going to be a 24-hour facility. So to the extent that you can offer an 11 p.m. closing, we would graciously accept it.
That is something that I would speak to my client, about. And I hear what you're saying, and I'm not in disagreement.
Okay. Well, let's.
John, are you willing to be able to put this off to our next session so that we can iron out some of this stuff and get a proper report? Because we've been on this for now almost nearly 2 hours, and we have to go into a public hearing tonight. So would you be willing to talk to your client about that? And
I could talk to him momentarily. I really don't want to adjourn this meeting any further. The last time that we were actually in, I thought that this would have been the last, because we had the traffic study back with Claire.
Well, I mean, we can.
If I could resolve the 11 p.m. issue momentarily, could we resolve this meeting?
Yeah, can you answer the question in 5 minutes? Can you give him
Well, John, the larger issue is, and it's to your benefit, you want a tight resolution, you want a tight record. There is a lot of, I don't know what the future is going to bring, whether there's going to be litigation, against us, but it's going to be to your benefit to get a well-crafted resolution. Wouldn't you agree to that? 2 weeks can go a long way to tighten everything up, wouldn't you say?
Let me have a very quick conversation with my client.
Okay.
Okay.
And can we put on also, because we are dealing with the public, and I think we have a responsibility, perhaps Christine could do this or Claire can do this. Can you please explain, let's just explain to everyone where we are in this process, the difference between whether it's going to be a neg deck or it's going to be a pos deck and what the effects are, because I think we get put in, part of our thing is to educate the public and to let them know what we're doing here, what powers we actually have, and what we have the ability to do. Because people think we can do things we can't do, and I think that's important.
Sure. Do you want me to do it, Christine?
Just in terms of, I was going to defer to you on, I mean, I could speak to secret certainly, but I just was going to defer to you on the actions in this particular case, because as I understand it, it started long before I was here and is kind of complicated because we are doing a referral of secret for the zoning board, as I understand it. So
okay. Do you want the whole history?
Not the whole history.
No.
I want to hear the history of what the vote is going to be.
Right. So the planning board did a pre-submission report on this latest plan. They made some recommendations. We went to the zoning board of appeals. You wrote a report to the zoning board of appeals and recommended some changes that would be more in conformance with the HO requirements and the zoning code in general. They are before the zoning board of appeals for the action for some variances, namely parking, and then the determination of an accessory use to a gasoline station. And they came back with a revised project, and you have been reviewing this since September. And there was definitely more recently a traffic analysis provided, and then you hired a traffic consultant to review it. Now, your action today would be either to issue a negative declaration, a negative declaration with conditions, or a positive declaration. If a positive declaration is issued, then the applicant would have to prepare a draft environmental impact statement after a scoping session, which would narrow in on the environmental concerns for the project. Where at that point, if there's a scoping session, the public would be involved in that. Not necessarily with a hearing with notice, but definitely some type of public notice with that. If a negative declaration is issued, the zoning board of appeals would be free to act on the application either positively or negatively, depending on their standards.
Claire, can I just ask something that I'm just a little confused about? So then, but the board would be making the decision. Are they making the decision on both the ZBA's granting of the nonconformity expansion and our site plan?
Yes.
Okay.
And the health department, if the health department's an involved agency, that they are in this case, and the county for the curb cut would also be an involved agency. So this is the secret for all approving agencies.
Who are free to make their own findings.
They are, yes, based upon the facts.
Should it come to that, yeah.
Is Mr. Prudenti still with us, or is he?
Yes,
I think he's speaking with his client.
Dealing with his client. Yeah. Just let me ask, we have 3 applications tonight at the public hearing. Have those notices been distributed to you?
I have for 2 of them. I do not have on the 3rd.
Are you asking for the notice?
To be read into the record, yeah.
The planning board members, I believe Patty did do that, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So Patty.
Okay, so who's doing what? Dennis, Robin, and?
No, I'm not.
You're not reading. Are you reading, Dennis?
Anybody reading?
Oh, Tom is reading. And I think Craig is reading. So I think we're covered.
Okay.
I mean, if there's no third, I don't have a third to read into the record.
I'm supposed to be reading, but I have to find it on my email because I was unable to print it out.
Right.
I have not been getting emails this last couple of weeks. I thought there was just nobody sending stuff out, but yesterday I noticed I didn't get anything. So if I have to read, I'll have to get that email, that public hearing notice emailed to me.
Okay.
I don't have it on my.
Claire, are you on tonight?
No, Jackie Finland is.
Jackie, okay.
Yeah, and I'd like to acknowledge that I just signed BH 680.
Okay, so let the record show that number 21 has been signed. Thank
Yeah,
you.
she just drove up to my house from.
I saw that person come in, yes.
Yes, I said, come in my office so I can continue to while I was signing.
So where are we about extending this to the 28th, Mr. Prudenti? And
Okay. If we could get a decision from the board tonight, that would be my client's preference. I'm prepared to commit to the 11 o'clock or delivery times and our hours of our hours of operation are not going to be an issue. I did inquire about the hours of the business next door. He indicated that's 1 o'clock, but basically that was 1 o'clock. So they could accommodate the basically the staffing, and they do their inventory, and they do basically a lot of housekeeping work while they have an attendant here or whatever. But the hours are not an issue.
Well, my prior point being though, would it be to your benefit to get a tighter, more comprehensive resolution, given the fact that there's something would have to be cobbled together now quickly, and missing items and incomplete data that could be subject to challenge? What do you think is going to benefit your client more? As opposed to getting something.
Again, what do you feel is missing? What more information are you looking for that we could possibly give you?
It's crafting a document, Chuck.
It's getting a resolution that's
Getting a resolution that's in decent language that can't be challenged.
You can mark up the document and then later on finalize it, but you can mark it up the way Claire's doing right now. Let her make the changes, pencil them in, and then you can go ahead with it.
Well, some of us might not be prepared to vote on it that way. That's for sure.
Or I mean, sometimes it's better to be conservative and then issue the positive declaration based on some of the concerns that you have, and hopefully they'll be sorted out.
I agree with you, Dennis.
Yeah. So in other words, we could vote on a pause deck and then
sort it out at the scoping.
Can you tell us what additional information you want us to provide you if we give you another 2 weeks? What do you want from us to give you?
Just so that at this point, they're not asking for 2 weeks in order for more information to come in. What they're asking for is 2 weeks in order to properly craft a document that perhaps would benefit both your client and the town in terms of it being complete and including all of the items that have been discussed, and so that it's not just, off the cuff. And then should there be a challenge, we're going to be scrambling both sides to try and figure out what actually occurred in the record.
Thank you. Does that mean that there's not going to be anything additional asked in 2 weeks from now?
Well, the only thing I would jump in, if you could get a hold within this 2 week period, if you could get a hold, and I know that it's in public record, get to the county and get some data when those tanks were upgraded. I know that you've got double fiberglass tanks, and they had to be, but we have nothing on the record. That would really be helpful.
Well, let me make a point to you that really doesn't matter. We're not talking about fuel tanks here. They are existing and they're approved. We're not talking about changing the fuel tank. This is an existing standing item which has not changed.
And my concern is augmenting the record and producing a stronger record. It's going to benefit everyone.
It's not producing a stronger record. They are approved by Suffolk County Department of Health. Doesn't matter when they were put in. They could have been in yesterday. They could have been 10 years. As long as the Suffolk County Department of Health approves it. If they're not approved, or if they fail for any reason, the Suffolk County Department of Health is going to shut the station down, and they won't be able to reopen until the tanks have been replaced to their satisfaction. I don't understand the problem.
It's not information. Look, John, it's not information we're asking for. It would benefit you.
I don't see how it benefits me. It doesn't benefit me in any way, because I accept the Suffolk County Department of Health Services to do that facility, which is their function. They are the ones to monitor fuel tanks, nobody else.
Chuck, what you're saying is accurate, but we need a document. We need something on our record to check that box off and say there's no environmental impact. And we don't have that. So I think, Mr. Prudenti, you understand that. We really want a complete record, as complete a record as possible.
Can I ask you if that will be the last item that you want? And if we provide it to you and it says the tanks are compliant with the Suffolk County Health Department laws, that we end this?
And that there'll be some draft document on the hours of operation.
That's not a problem. That's not a problem. If those are the two items, is to provide you with something from Suffolk County Department of Health that says those tanks are safe to operate and usable, and you want hours of operation written into this agreement and the other things we've discussed, that's perfectly fine.
Jackie, I hope you are not representing Well, I'm just going to say that I am not willing to say straight out here, okay, that those two, what my vote is going to be. And I don't want to mislead council or the person, the applicant, that I am comfortable or where my vote's going to be if those two things are provided. I don't want to mislead, okay?
If you're gonna give us a positive deck, then just go ahead and let's stop the process here. I mean, if that's where you're going and that's what you're saying, Ms. Long, there's nothing we could do to convince you. We could go on for another year trying to convince you if you're gonna vote for a positive deck. I'm sorry, that's it,
My focus is on getting a good comprehensive document. I'm not aligned with Robin's.
I don't want anybody misinterpret, stating for me what I need to do of a particular vote.
And the vote will be majority.
Yeah, it's not a one-person vote.
And it'll be based on the record.
Correct.
That's the most important.
So the thing is to get a solid record here. It will benefit us, the town of Southampton, and Chuck, your applicant, your client. So
Christine, hours of operation are within our purview?
No,
No.
it's too much into the operations of the business itself,
But it was offered, so we're
But
gonna.
the people do offer it.
We're gonna put it on the record.
People do offer it, they put it on the record, and there are boards that know this and accept them. I mean.
So using this as a hypothetical, a month later, they say, you know what, these hours of operation are too restrictive. We're not a profitable business anymore. We have to open up 2 hours earlier and close 4 hours later.
If you do it as a covenant, I would presume the first step was to come back to this board to try and get you to change that. If not, they would probably pursue an Article 78 and try and get it null and void because you overreached in making them do it.
Okay. And this is why I'm extraordinarily uncomfortable.
Just for the record,
with putting it in the record.
We're not making anyone do anything. And unless I'm mistaken, it was offered. It was discussed and offered.
That is correct.
Good. Thank
And
you.
boards do
But ultimately non-binding.
And that may be part of the decision each of us.
Binding to the extent that it'll be incorporated into our secret determination and into our ultimate the resolution, final resolution. So what do you think, Mr. Prudenti? Could we get this wrapped up on the 28th? Not to put you on the spot.
Yes, but I do believe that the covenant would address some concerns with respect to hours of operation. I'm not seeing that as not binding or like that these guys could just thumb their nose at it. I'm not.
No, I think that that's what I was trying to say. I think that the covenant gives you another level of, intent, but at the end of the day, it depends on how the court would view whether or not we were in there too into the operations of the business, and the case law has not generally been supportive of that. Having again said that, boards routinely take those covenants and go with it.
And then the enforceability of it, Christine?
It depends when you go to court. Some, you know how the case law is. So, I would, if I had to guess, I would say the majority of them don't end up going to court because if someone's offering it up, they generally mean to continue, but you have no way of knowing.
So
this board member sees peril in putting that language into the document.
Well, why would it be peril, Craig? Because the only peril would be if it's not enforceable, and that was a mitigation that you felt was important to neg deck.
Look, we're evaluating the impacts of this facility to the neighborhood. Mm-hmm. And what I'm hearing is the applicant says, you know what? We're going to limit hours of operation in keeping with the neighborhood character. I think that's what I'm hearing on the record. And my point being is we can get that, Claire can incorporate that as a mitigation measure into the final document. It's going to go, I think it's going to be a tighter document.
If the board wants, as I indicated before, again, like this was like an off the cuff, didn't know it was going to get to this point, but I can look into whether or not it has any more enforceability or try and research to see if there's any more case law out there that would, if it's being used as part of the neg deck, if it's being used as a condition of approval, if it's being offered up, I can try and, do some more research. It's up to the board.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's fair, and I think that's what we're asking for, and that's why we would need 2 more weeks. So,
Right, just to tighten up the document. And Chuck, if you could find something on the tanks, fine. It's not something we're beating you with a hammer. If you can dig up something, it would help, but it's not a requirement.
I certainly will try my best to do it, and I will be
Okay,
able to get
that's-
something, I'm sure.
That's all we want to do. You get an A for effort.
Mr. Prudente, if you have case law that you're referring to in stating that you believe that it would have more teeth, anything that you could provide would be helpful.
Very well. I actually have had it going against me the other way, so I think I might have case law pretty handy.
Good, perfect.
So John, what do you say? The 28th? Are we good? Good
28th.
for that?
April 28th.
What do you
We're
think?
moving it on to that agenda, okay?
Chuck
Just
is
need
gonna
them to
be-
consent.
It's going to be mad at me, but April 28th.
And we'll put you on early, so
We'll be on first. I'm
Yes.
on first.
We'll put you on first.
Can
It'll
I
be
ask
number
a
one.
question? Can we proceed to the Board of Appeals? We have it scheduled for next week, the next hearing.
I mean,
They
They
can
can
start
open
the
it.
hearing.
right? Christine, they can open
Yeah,
it.
I would say you could open the hearing and start it.
Thank you. Thank you. That'd be appreciated.
It's wait, I don't have any
Up to them.
authority though to say that. I'm saying
It's
from
up to
my
them.
perspective, it's legally allowed. Whether or not they decide to do that is up to them. I have no authority to grant that.
Yeah.
Maybe a covenant to that effect?
Yeah,
Would
no.
Would you please ask them for us?
If the board wants to vote on the extension,
Yeah, at the request of the applicant, I'll make a motion for a 2-week extension extend the timeline for a secret determination on the application.
Motion, Rob,
My motion.
motion by Dennis, second by Gloria, and all in favor.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, 7 in favor. Thanks very much
And thank you, John and
for
Chuck,
hanging in with us. Thank
Thank
you,
you,
John.
everyone.
Chuck.
Appreciate
for
it.
working with us. We'll get this done.
Okay.
Thanks for your patience with my technical difficulties earlier.
No problem.
Okay,
Thank you, everybody. Have a nice
so
evening.
we've been at this a long time. It's 10 after 6. We're reconvening at 7 with 3 applications.
14,
Excuse me?
6:14.
Oh, it's 6:14. Yes, okay. Thank you for the correction.
I'm starving.
Okay, so motion to
Motion
adjourn.
to adjourn.
Dennis, second by Gloria, and all in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, we are adjourned.